go here. Okay. Thank you all for coming back to our second encounter of the morning, where the idea is to move from the ecological dimension intended as a way of dealing with the different elements of systems delimited by a boundary, to something that actually goes into the history of those systems, of those territories, and considers the integration not only with nature and with land, but also with the built past. And in order to do this, we have invited two architects that come once again from different parts of the world, and they work on similar issues, I would say, but in a completely different manner, possibly starting from different directions. You will be the judges at the end of the presentations and through the discussion. So the first one is Salima Naji. Once again, here the images reflect the latitudes, the geographic position in relation to each other. So Salima is the author of the book that was published in 2019, which is a very strong recommendation, at least on my part, Architectures of the Common Good for an Ethic of Preservation. She's a French-Moroccan architect, anthropologist, with a very keen interest in the preservation and rehabilitation of monumental historic building infrastructure in South Morocco, where she practices. The engagement with heritage work, traditional construction techniques, and use of local materials has led Naji to develop a very, very distinct position about sustainable contemporary building in rural areas, increasingly subject to colonization by generic urban materials and technologies. So in traditional biosourced architecture, Salima Naji sees the ability to constitute a viable built environment in spite of extreme climatic conditions and in associations with landscape. By pairing environmental performance with cultural identity, the adaptation of ancestral technique to current programs and processes can give heritage a present-day anthropological dimension, thus guaranteeing not only better preservation of traditional vernacular in the long term, but also its reflective reintegration into contemporary practice. By going beyond the aesthetics of heritage and probing its capital of resilience, Naji's work methods naturally privilege integrative and participatory projects where people constitute part of the designer's equation. Direct building action is complemented by engagement in educating the public, raising awareness, and providing guidance to relevant administrations to change building laws. This last activity, in particular, has enabled the reintroduction of vernacular techniques in the normative frameworks of the industry, and with it, the recreation of organic channels for their use. So, Salima's messages today will be reflected, integrated, complemented by the messages provided by Tiantian, Chinese architect who, after graduating for the master program in urban design at Harvard University, founded the studio DNA, which is an interesting pun, given that it means design and architecture, in Beijing in 2004. So originally, the DNA was intended to be an experimental practice that addressed the country's contemporary living environment, both physical and social, and I'm quoting from them, but eventually gained a strong reputation for its architectural engagement with China's rural revitalization strategy. So within a relatively short period of time, DNA has completed a series of small but very significant interventions, now a bit bigger than small, in villages in the Zhejiang province, whilst promoting unique cultural intervention in cultural industrial heritage of the region. They've also contributed that projects not only to the policies for slowing down rural exodus, but also to the attraction of city dwellers and investment to rejuvenate those areas. Now, the architecture of Tiantian reflects systematic and sustainable strategies in the careful selection of programs to work on, the deployment of local materials, and construction processes that put place and local people at the center of the work. Through these minimal design interventions, DNA has been testing methods to address long-term issues in the social, cultural, and economic balancing of those territories, seeking to rebuild what they call rural self-confidence. In 2019, she was awarded the Maurice Gemmell Prize for Emerging Architect. In 2022, she was appointed Honorary Fellow of the American Institute of Architects. The same year, she won the Swiss Architectural Award, which was like in December last year, if I remember correctly. And she just arrived from Berlin, I think, where last week she received the Berlin Art Prize 2023, section Architecture from the Academy of Arts. And she currently holds a visiting professorship at Yale, but I think there will be other universities lining up for her services. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will, with pleasure, give the lecture to Madame Salima Naji.
Alors, dans un premier temps, je voudrais remercier évidemment Paolo Tombesi et la fondation Apsis, parce que finalement, vous avez adhéré à une vision plus équilibrée du monde, et nous avoir choisi toutes, c'est tout un parcours. On est extrêmement curieuses les unes les autres, parce qu'il y a une immense diversité d'approches pour parler des maux du monde. Et au fond, venant d'un grand professeur comme vous, c'est aussi une façon de mettre des mots sur des vrais problèmes actuels en architecture, et notamment les dommages collatéraux de la starification du système. Donc je suis très heureuse d'être ici et très heureuse de participer à ce panel. Alors, avec cette idée de comment, où, etc., il m'a semblé extrêmement important d'arriver d'abord à d'où on vient, pourquoi on s'est intéressé à un moment donné à quelque chose en particulier. Et c'est vrai que intégration, en français, en tous les cas, ça vient du latin réparer, remettre en état, renouveler. Du coup, on est vraiment dans ce qui m'obsède, m'occupe. Et au fond, je voulais commencer avec, naturellement, ce qui m'a façonné, qui a été la dynamique du collectif, des greniers collectifs. Cette expérience fondatrice, vous avez rappelé l'ouvrage qui en parle, mais la dynamique de ce collectif, il est extrêmement important. Là, je mets 2022, parce qu'aujourd'hui, l'État nous rejoint plus ou moins, donc je ne peux plus dire qu'on est tout seul à affronter la restauration des greniers. Mais ça a été une expérience extrêmement fondatrice, dans la mesure où, évidemment, il y avait toutes sortes de questions qui étaient posées. Alors, avant de vous exposer qu'est-ce qu'un grenier collectif et pourquoi il est extrêmement intéressant d'avoir un objet qui vienne comme ça nous permettre de réfléchir au monde, où est-ce qu'il va, pourquoi on a ces greniers collectifs, toujours en activité au Maroc dans certaines régions, et pourquoi ça pose autant de questions aujourd'hui. Alors on a la question évidemment du sol, de la ressource. Ce sont des matériaux de collecte, on ne prend que ce qu'on a sous la main. Littéralement, vous allez le voir, le grenier est sur un piton, il est creusé, la pierre est extraite et elle va former les murs, parfois même le début des poutres. On est vraiment dans cette question de la ressource, il n'y a aucun apport de nulle part, et en même temps, quand ces monuments vont mourir, évidemment, ils retourneront. Et puis vous allez voir que ça pose aussi la question de la solidarité, qu'il y a toute une éthique derrière tout cet usage des greniers collectifs. Et donc, je vais poser de temps à autre des questions extrêmement importantes à mes yeux qui viendront émailler la réflexion. Donc en premier, des greniers collectifs, je vous montre l'un des plus photogéniques, bien sûr, mais ils sont tous extrêmement intéressants. Et celui-ci a failli disparaître en 2006-2007 à cause de pluie. Ça pose la question aussi de la vie d'un monument. À un moment donné, le monument, quand il atteint la ruine, eh bien, il y a souvent des moments de non-retour. Et mon travail va se venir avant qu'il y ait un non-retour. Donc, beaucoup de ces projets sont autofinancés ou sont financés par des organismes internationaux et parfois, comme ça a été le cas pour celui-ci, par l'État marocain. Donc, la mère de ce grenier qu'on a vu précédemment est devant nous. Vous le voyez à la couleur, il a été lui aussi extrêmement abîmé et il représente vraiment le lieu où on va emmagasiner les biens les plus précieux. Donc on a évidemment les grains, les dates, tout ce qui va être produit, mais aussi d'autres éléments qui sont des éléments liés au droit local, liés au foncier, c'est des petites tables de propriété, etc. à l'intérieur. Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est que dans la façon dont j'ai voulu, et merci à la GACAN d'avoir à un moment donné réfléchi à cette histoire de lieu sacré, parce que le grenier est sacré, et d'avoir fait une mention à tout ça. Mais quand j'ai commencé à travailler, j'ai travaillé naturellement. À l'époque, je n'étais pas tout à fait architecte, et je faisais encore mon doctorat, et on a le grenier que vous avez vu en second qui est tombé, et j'ai voulu le restaurer. Et cette première expérience a été fondatrice parce qu'on a travaillé naturellement avec la communauté. Et de là, j'ai été émergée dans cet entreprendre du collectif, vers une communauté d'intérêt, vers des habitants usagers, vers un collectif aussi complexe du fait de la diaspora. Et donc cette dynamique du collectif, une fois qu'elle m'a nourrie, j'ai voulu la transposer, c'est ce que je vais vous raconter. Donc je voudrais en quelques mots quand même vous montrer d'abord que c'est une institution vivante. Vous le voyez, là c'est la mesure du grain, il y a énormément de choses. Alors les images vont un peu vite parce que nous devions parler un certain temps. De temps en temps j'arrêterai pour permettre de voir, mais le mieux c'est quand même de venir visiter, et certains l'ont fait dans cette salle, et j'espère que d'autres le feront bientôt. Donc le mieux c'est de venir parce qu'on prend conscience d'abord de la diversité extraordinaire, et puis de la complexité de la relation aux tribus. Vous voyez dans cette carte, c'est une carte coloniale des tribus, et avec le testament mystique du saint qui a été rédigé. C'est un saint qui meurt au XVIe siècle et qui a répandu la parole islamique partout dans cette région. Et en retour, les gens vont donner à une maison mère, qui est un espèce d'énorme grenier, un certain nombre de dons. Bien sûr, c'est aussi, et ça pose plein d'enjeux de patrimonialisation, plein d'enjeux aussi de relation à la religion et à la sacralité. Moi, je différencie le religieux du sacré, bien évidemment. Et ça pose aussi une question extrêmement intéressante que vous allez comprendre, c'est que toutes ces maisons mères, qu'on appelle donc zaouïas, qui sont liées à un grand saint mort 4 ou 5 siècles auparavant, toutes ces maisons mères accueillent tout ce qui va avoir été mis qui sera entreposé dans les greniers collectifs disséminés dans toutes les tribus. Et ça a encore lieu aujourd'hui, et à ce moment-là, il y a à peu près 5000 personnes qui viennent, et que moi j'ai rencontré le jour où je suis allée dans ce moussem, qui est un moussem extrêmement masculin, comme vous le voyez. Et en même temps, ça pose tout un tas de questions extrêmement complexes sur, je vous disais, la sacralité, sur le fait que toutes ces tribus qui vont donner du grain à un moment donné vont en retour recevoir à la fois des bénédictions, mais aussi d'autres denrées. Et il ne vous aura pas échappé qu'on est sur une zone qui est une zone aride. On est entre la partie du Sahara et la partie des montagnes, donc on est vraiment en limite. Et donc ces zaouïas, elles représentaient une façon de s'assurer que personne ne mourrait de faim. On a ces greniers qui ont perduré donc dans des régions extrêmement lointaines pour des raisons évidemment de subsistance. On est sur des questions de subsistance et ce sont des questions qui sont vraiment dans l'actualité aujourd'hui de l'édition autour de l'écoféminisme, mais c'est des questions qui sont pour moi pas du tout des questions théoriques, mais des questions d'ordre pratique. Vous imaginez bien que si dans ces régions, on a enfermé depuis 4, 5, 6, 7 siècles le grain dans un lieu inaccessible, où il y avait l'eau, où on pouvait mettre le bétail et où en même temps on était à peu près sûr de survivre, c'est aussi un lieu où on avait une solidarité intertribale et en même temps une capacité à donner dans un cadre religieux très spécifique. Et j'ouvre une parenthèse parce qu'on appelle l'État marocain marzen. Et marzen, ça vient du terme arabe magasin. Marzen, magasin, ça vient de là aussi. Et en fait, l'État aujourd'hui du sultan, lorsqu'il a créé ce qu'on appelle Dar al-Marzen, c'est-à-dire la maison du magasin, mais au fond la maison du pouvoir, c'était un lieu aussi où on emmagasinait le grain pour s'assurer qu'à aucun moment les flux du prix du grain ne fluctuent trop. Et donc on s'assurait ainsi que la subsistance dans la ville et donc la paix dans les cités soit toujours la même. Donc c'est extrêmement intéressante cette figure d'un bien patrimonial toujours utilisé, mais qui va poser question dans d'autres lieux où il n'est pas utilisé sur de nouveaux usages à inventer. Je voulais dire donc qu'avoir pendant 7 ans parcouru toutes ces régions, tribu par tribu, fait un inventaire extrêmement détaillé pour une thèse de doctorat, m'a définitivement coupé d'une certaine vision de l'architecture, une vision mercantile et une vision finalement déconnectée de ce qui m'intéressait, à savoir la richesse qu'il y a dans ces régions. Alors aujourd'hui, vous voyez sur les points jaunes tous les greniers que j'ai sauvés, et il y en a d'autres, parce qu'évidemment, il ne suffit pas de dire, il faut aussi convaincre, aller jusqu'au bout, avoir toutes les autorisations et être en mesure ensuite d'accompagner. Et c'est vrai que ce grenier que je vous présente là, 3e cas, c'est un grenier qui est toujours en activité. Et c'est un lieu aussi, Aitkin, qui est un lieu où il y avait des mines et il y avait beaucoup de flux et beaucoup de marchands. Et vous avez aussi dans ce même village 2 autres lieux que j'ai restaurés, qui sont une maison privée et la poterne, c'est-à-dire l'entrée du village, qui a été destinée à disparaître. Alors ce lieu, s'il a été restauré, c'est parce que, je vous disais, il était encore en activité et il est toujours en activité. Et il est très près de la zaouïa que je vous ai montré, il est à 30, même pas à 20 km. Et en même temps, il était en très mauvais état. La maison derrière aussi que j'ai restaurée après, pareillement. La moindre pluie l'aurait emporté. Vous voyez là que tout au long de ces années, il a été question de rencontrer les maçons, rencontrer des hommes, rencontrer des communautés et comprendre vraiment comment ça se faisait. De la filière, au moment où on va couper par exemple le palmier dont on a besoin et au moment où on va le mettre en œuvre, le moment où on va replanter des palmiers comme on l'avait fait avec le pouvoir local sur le Qsar d'Assa dont je parlerai. Donc j'ai continué après toutes ces années, j'ai continué avec sur d'autres lieux encore, sur des lieux là extrêmement abîmée. Vous voyez d'ailleurs qu'il va falloir qu'on s'occupe aussi de la mosquée tôt ou tard, mais c'est un grand changement dans les mentalités, il faudra un peu de temps encore. Et donc vous voyez qu'on va assez vite et qu'à chaque fois, même pour la restauration, il est question d'utiliser des techniques locales. Comme ici, on utilise du bois et de la pierre pour harper chaque partie du monument qu'on rajoute. Et donc, qu'on restitue, qu'on rattrape. Il se pose alors plein de questions, notamment dans la tête de nos interlocuteurs, qui ne comprennent pas au début, et puis qui progressivement comprennent. Alors, en même temps que j'ai fait tout ce travail d'architecte qui consiste à restaurer, à faire toutes sortes de projets dont je vous montrerai après, et j'avais un grand souci aussi de publier, de documenter chacun de ces particularismes régionaux. En ce moment, j'ai peut-être 3 ou 4 livres que j'aimerais qu'on publie parce qu'il y a une grande vitesse à travailler dans ces montagnes en ce moment, au niveau de la puissance publique, qui est incompatible avec, par exemple, les qsour. On ne peut pas restaurer un vieux village, c'est-à-dire un ksar, on ne peut pas le restaurer, un ksar qui a 5-6 siècles, on ne peut pas le restaurer en 1 année ou 2. Donc c'est impossible et il faut aussi que je vous parle du contexte. Dans quel contexte j'évolue? Parce que toutes ces images, quand on les... Pardon, excusez-moi. Quand on les retire de leur contexte, pardonnez-moi, on comprend très bien de quoi ils retournent. Mais quand on est confronté à cette vision de qu'est-ce que la modernité, pourquoi le béton, quelles sont les nouvelles formes de bâtiments qu'on veut dans ces régions, pourquoi on choisit ces formes-là, quelles sont les influences, là c'est le Charq, c'est l'Orient, quelles sont les influences qui viennent nourrir les nouveaux projets, pourquoi est-ce qu'on choisit de faire des fenêtres en bandeau à côté d'une très belle, je parle de la photographie à droite, à côté d'une très belle demeure séculaire dont on a évacué complètement le principe. Et pourquoi finalement on ne veut jamais choisir que ce matériau qui incarne vraiment la modernité. Alors on a un traumatisme colonial que tout le monde connaît, mais qui est aussi un impensé. Et je pense que c'est un impensé qu'on n'est pas encore en mesure de surmonter, qui peut-être dans les générations qui montent, sont en train de réaliser cet impensé, mais pas partout. Ce traumatisme colonial, il est assez simple et chacun ici le sait, c'est qu'on avait la ville indigène d'un côté et la ville européenne de l'autre pendant la période coloniale, dans une sorte d'apartheid où l'une et l'autre étaient... on n'avait pas le droit d'aller dans la ville européenne. La ville indigène devait rester en matériaux locaux, elle devait être en terre, elle avait des principes d'une excellente approche muséale du patrimoine. Et de l'autre côté, la ville moderne, la ville de la modernité, elle était absolument étincelante en béton, en matériaux nouveaux. Et donc on a toujours ce handicap. On me dit souvent « Ah, mais tu fais du beldi », c'est-à-dire tu fais du rural. Et je dis « Mais non, est-ce que l'huile d'olive est-elle rurale ?» Non, l'huile d'olive, on la consomme depuis une éternité sans qu'on lui mette une étiquette ancien, nouveau. Donc cette question de la tradition, de la modernité, c'est des vraies questions. Et pour moi, c'est construit en béton, mais en quoi c'est moderne? Expliquez-moi en quoi c'est moderne. Alors il y a toute cette question de la complexité des communautés. Évidemment, il faut être en mesure d'inclure, d'intégrer, et c'est très facile à dire, mais c'est extrêmement délicat à mettre en œuvre parce que se posera toujours la question, est-ce qu'on a pris chaque groupe? Est-ce qu'on n'a pas reproduit un schéma? Est-ce qu'on n'a pas oublié les enfants, les femmes? Est-ce qu'on a... Voilà, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement complexe. Et le modèle évidemment, c'est Hassan Fathi. Et c'est un modèle inouï, parce que même si on a voulu, dans les premières lectures qui ont été faites à ce texte dans les années 70, lui mettre une étiquette d'échec de la terre crue, et c'est souvent ce qu'on retient, y compris dans les écoles d'architecture au Maroc, eh bien, le livre de Leila Waki, le livre de James Steele, qui est en préparation, montre bien au contraire qu'il était très à l'écoute de toute l'architecture. Et les travaux que j'ai pu voir de façon confidentielle sur ce qui a été réalisé entre les années 67, je crois, et 76 par Hassan Fathi en Arabie Saoudite montrent qu'à aucun moment il va vers du high-tech. Il va rester dans une climatisation extrêmement intelligente avec des réseaux passifs d'humidification, comme il a bien expliqué dans son livre au Caire ou ailleurs. Et donc, on voit que cette pensée est toujours aussi active et toujours aussi importante. Pour moi, en plus, quand j'avais des soucis avec l'administration, il me suffisait de plonger dans cet ouvrage pour revenir à quelque chose de... Voilà, pour retrouver la force de mettre en route aussi une méthode. Cette méthode, je vous en ai parlé, elle s'est faite de façon instinctive quand j'ai restauré les greniers, que je n'étais donc en train de faire ma thèse de doctorat dans une famille et avec toute une communauté. Ensuite, quand on m'a confié le Qsar d'Assa, qui est un Qsar absolument extraordinaire, qui est un village fortifié, qui a 8 à 9 siècles d'âge et qui était toujours intact, tout de suite, j'ai eu l'idée de transposer, bien sûr, de retrouver les techniques et d'aller chercher comment on faisait autrefois en discutant comme j'avais fait dans les greniers avec les vieux monsieur, avec l'ensemble du corps qui travaille. Et ensuite, je me suis posé la question de ces communautés. Et comme à l'époque, il fallait 12 heures pour arriver à Essa, j'avais tout le temps, quand je venais, de passer avec chacun beaucoup de temps. Donc je connaissais chaque famille, il y a à peu près 300 familles, et il y a eu pour la restauration le bénéfice d'à peu près une trentaine de familles. Donc je les connaissais, et donc grâce à la casquette de l'anthropologie, j'ai pu voir qui étaient les lignages, qui pouvaient venir, qui pouvaient bénéficier de l'apport étatique, et comment je pouvais à la fois m'occuper de tout ce qui était collectif, c'est-à-dire les parcours dans le Qsar, les murailles, l'ensemble des choses qui appartiennent à tous, les lieux communs, on en parlera dans peu de temps, et puis en même temps les parties plus privées, les maisons. Or, il se trouve que dans ce lieu, il y avait donc 7 lignages, que ces lignages étaient faciles à comprendre entre 2 zones, et qu'ensuite il a été assez aisé de rééquilibrer le choix pour qu'aucune partie ne soit effacée. Donc ça s'est fait sur presque 5 ans, et ça s'est fait avec, je dois dire, une volonté politique extrêmement qualitative, avec des gens très conscients des enjeux et qui ont sauvé ce lieu, parce qu'il était voué à être rasé pour devenir un espèce de resort hotel. Et heureusement, il y a eu cette approche, ici vous voyez toutes les maisons, et il y a eu comme ça une carte blanche qui m'a été donnée pour faire à peu près comme je l'entendais et transposer une méthode extrêmement intéressante. Il faut que je parvienne à publier ce livre dans l'excellente maison d'édition qui est ici en Suisse, à Genève, qui elle aussi est une maison qui fait dans l'artisanat pour le bien de la pensée. Et j'aimerais pouvoir poursuivre, parce que je pense que ce que j'ai fait à SA avec un temps infini au début de la création de mon agence, je ne pourrais pas le refaire aujourd'hui. Mais c'est quelque chose qui ne peut que être un modèle, parce qu'il est à la fois soucieux des murs, de cet héritage des murs, et ça, c'est ce qui est en train d'être fait ici et là au Maroc, mais il est aussi soucieux de chaque famille, de chaque lignage, de chaque relation avec aussi d'autres villes, avec la diaspora, avec aussi d'autres espaces qui ont voilà, une qualité d'ambiguïté, parce que ce sont quand même aussi des lieux où il y a cette dynamique du collectif qui est extrêmement intéressant. Et puis en même temps, un lieu où il y a eu une circulation complexe des compétences et un lieu où il y a eu encore des porteurs de mémoire. Et vous verrez que tout ceci va être extrêmement fondamental pour la suite de mon travail. Alors évidemment, je ne vais pas rentrer dans tous les détails où on m'a corrigé les plans. On a fait toutes sortes de choses, les gens se sont emparés des lieux et puis ils ont réglé avec moi des plans no variature, tamponnés, etc. Et j'ai pu comprendre qu'un plan no variature n'a aucun sens dans un lieu évidemment de patrimoine, mais on croit bien faire et on veut bien faire, et au fond, tous ces apprentissages de l'architecte sur le terrain sont vraiment fondamentales. Et c'est aussi pour ça que je garde cet épisode comme une expérience fondatrice qui est arrivée à tous ceux dont je vais vous parler maintenant. Alors, il y a une autre notion qui me semble extrêmement importante aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on a au Maroc des CPPT, on dit en France, des CPS au Maroc, c'est-à-dire des cahiers des charges très stricts qui souvent, moi, m'ont obligé à un immense travail de rédaction et en même temps à travailler avec d'autres organismes à Rabat ou avec des privés, enfin des personnes privées, je veux dire, qui sont à l'UNESCO au bureau de Rabat pour essayer d'utiliser à tout prix ces techniques, même quand un bureau de contrôle n'est pas d'accord. Le deuxième, on va dire, bien nourricier de livres qui a été extrêmement important, c'est Françoise Chouet, une dame d'ailleurs que j'ai rencontrée, qui a mis au point dans cet ouvrage, l'allégorie du patrimoine, la notion de compétence d'édifier. Et cette compétence d'édifier, moi je l'ai vue en chair et en os, parce que justement dans les montagnes, on passait d'un système, on va dire, qui vient de la tradition, qui vient de très loin, à un système de la modernité, mais plaqué, une modernité qui vient des villes et qui n'a aucun sens. Et donc on était sur ce frottement entre deux façons de travailler, une façon, on va dire, traditionnelle, comme ça se faisait de père en fils, et en même temps une façon entrepreneuriale. Le projet de Coornaert est intéressant parce qu'il m'a permis de passer des greniers collectifs, avec les mêmes hommes d'ailleurs, on en reparlera tout de suite après, et d'aller vers un projet étatique qui était le Coornaert, financement de l'État, financement du PNUD, sur un projet royal, parce qu'il y a eu énormément de morts dans une guerre terrible avec le voisinage, et puis des architectures sociales extrêmement intéressantes qui viendront à partir de 2012. Je vais essayer d'avoir des consultations un peu partout sur des sommes toutes petites pour essayer de contrer ce contexte de la bétonisation active de ces territoires en proposant autre chose. Et donc, on a comme ça toute une gradation du tissu associatif dans une tribu traditionnelle, avec tout ce que ça sous-tend d'ailleurs de figures locales, d'enjeux, de conflits naturellement, de difficultés et en même temps d'espoir et de capacité à faire ensemble. Et la réussite d'un projet, c'est quand les communautés font toutes seules et que l'architecte à ce moment-là ne sert plus à rien. Il n'a servi qu'à être un passeur dans un temps donné. Et puis, ça, c'était donc les greniers collectifs. Et je continue, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de lieux que je ne veux pas me résoudre à voir disparaître. Et pour l'État, c'est extrêmement difficile. Il y a eu 5 ou 4 projets étatiques. Le 5e, je crois que c'est un échec. Et ça vient d'être classé patrimoine national il y a 2 ans. Donc l'enjeu, c'est aussi que ça reste entre les mains des communautés pour que justement ça reste vivant et que ça ne devienne pas un énième musée perdu dans une oasis ou dans la montagne. La deuxième étape de mon travail, il s'est fait donc au Ksar d'Essa, où nous avions plusieurs niveaux d'interlocuteurs. Le tissu associatif local, l'État, bien sûr, qui chapeautait, avec toutes sortes de cadres, de toutes sortes de qualités, et puis des entreprises, en l'occurrence 3, qui se sont déployées dans le Ksar, et l'une d'entre elles, j'ai continué à travailler ensuite avec elle, parce qu'elle avait, m'a-t-elle dit, découvert le patrimoine, et en même temps, elle avait forgé les outils. Et puis, quand j'ai fait ces petites consultations architecturales sur des sommes extrêmement petites, qui vont autour de l'équivalent de 15 000 euros, aujourd'hui, après le Covid, plutôt 25 000, 30 000 euros, l'équivalent, jusqu'à 100 000, 200 000 euros, pas au-delà. Et ce sont plutôt des lieux où on est en initiative et développement humain, c'est-à-dire les régions les plus pauvres du royaume. Et là, j'ai travaillé avec des toutes petites entreprises. Et ça a été assez fantastique, parce qu'au début, elles ne voulaient pas, et il a dû falloir être extrêmement rigide. Et là, heureusement, j'avais très bien rédigé les CPS, donc j'ai pu empêcher. Et à la fin, au bout d'une deuxième expérience parfois, ou dès la première, ces entreprises, une douzaine maintenant ont été formées, m'ont dit, et je retravaille avec elles souvent, on n'avait pas compris notre intérêt, on n'avait pas compris que nous étions gagnants parce qu'on n'a plus besoin d'apporter évidemment des produits d'ailleurs, que certes c'est du temps, mais en même temps quelle satisfaction. Et la redécouverte aussi d'une immense fierté, j'y reviendrai, parce que les lieux sont extrêmement visités et font boule de neige, ils ont eux des commandes. On ne demande pas à l'architecte, et tant mieux, mais on demande à l'entreprise, et c'est assez magnifique. Donc j'ai voulu que mes bureaux soient prêts. J'ai fait 2 accidents de voiture et ça m'a paru de toute façon idiot de rester dans ma ville natale, qui était quand même à 800 km de là. Et donc ma ville natale c'est Rabat, je suis née à Rabat, j'ai grandi juste à côté. Et donc ça m'a paru à un moment donné tout à fait stupide de reproduire ce que font une bonne partie de certaines élites, mais plutôt de m'installer. Et il s'est trouvé qu'on m'a proposé donc Tiznit avec un certain nombre de projets et avec un tissu associatif formidable dans cette ville, un maire exceptionnel et une capacité à entreprendre tout à fait intéressante. Et j'en ai fait ma base. Et à ce moment-là, je me suis aussi occupée beaucoup de la ville. Et aujourd'hui, on continue à s'occuper de cette ville avec divers programmes et recherches-actions. Donc, vous voyez ici l'ensemble d'un certain nombre de projets de différents types. La carte est un peu ancienne, mais vous voyez qu'il y a des projets archéologiques, des projets où on est vraiment dans des restaurations, des projets en éco-construction, qui sont les derniers projets dont je vous ai parlé, et puis des projets où on est plutôt dans du landscape, et plutôt dans du paysage et dans des choses où on est entre l'architecture, la communauté, et finalement, on dit paysage, et il faudrait trouver sans doute un mot. Alors, je ne vais pas revenir sur le climat, la question de l'environnement. Tout ça, on le sait. Je vous ai expliqué dans quelle zone nous vivions. Cette année, il y a 50 mm de pluie quand il pleut. Donc, c'est vraiment un vrai souci. Et donc, la question des citernes, la question de l'eau, la question de cet environnement comment dire, à cocooner, à protéger, justement à être en mesure de protéger est extrêmement important. Et finalement, éco-construire était complètement une évidence. Et évidemment, on a tous ces textes. Ce texte est sans doute l'un des plus beaux qui soit. Mais il y a aussi toutes ces expositions à droite, à gauche, toutes ces consciences qui ont été au Maroc extrêmement intéressantes au moment de la COP22, où avec l'Académie du Royaume, nous avons fait un certain nombre de focus sur un certain nombre de projets pour essayer de faire changer les mentalités. Actuellement, on n'est pas du tout dans une décarbonation, on est plutôt dans une façon de vraiment bétonner encore, et on n'a pas encore passé le cap, malheureusement, dans le Royaume, mais je pense qu'on y vient petit à petit, de cette question des ressources, du cycle, du réemploi, comme ça a été dit précédemment, et voilà. Et en même temps, je ne voulais pas m'occuper que des maisons d'hôtes ou des choses voilà, que j'ai fait au tout début, ça c'est 2005, avec des gens très riches qui voulaient vivre dans quelque chose d'écologique, extrêmement respectueux de l'environnement et extrêmement intéressant, et où dans la montagne on a pu travailler avec beaucoup de peupliers et faire ce genre de choses. En fait, ça ne m'a pas vraiment intéressée parce que je pense qu'il y a une telle intérêt à travailler sur ces greniers, à travailler sur d'autres patrimoines communs, les mosquées, les synagogues, tous ces anciens villages, a plus de force et d'importance à mes yeux que d'aller chercher un projet où il y aura beaucoup de négociations financières, beaucoup de relations avec monsieur, madame, et où j'ai peut-être pas envie de faire tout ça. Donc, je me suis concentrée sur ces projets sociaux et je vous disais que, donc j'ai expliqué tout à l'heure ce qu'il en était et comment finalement tout ceci va progressivement rentrer dans quelque chose que j'appelle, moi, à la juste mesure, le ries, qui est toujours modeste, on l'a vu tout à l'heure ce matin, qui est toujours tourné vers les autres et qui ne perturbe pas, je l'ai dit, mais qui est aussi une façon de se tourner vers ce qu'on a. Donc on me disait on ne peut pas construire en pisé, finalement on a très bien pu, on ne peut pas mettre du crépi en terre, finalement ils sont dubitatifs, mais finalement ils ont bien accepté. On ne peut pas faire venir des gens, c'est poussiéreux, ben non, on peut traiter, etc. Tiznit, qui est un projet toujours pas terminé, parce que ça c'est aussi comme ça dans ce pays, on commence un projet un jour et puis on espère. Ce projet a été arrêté par les islamistes en 2016 et il va redémarrer là. Donc ce projet aussi est extrêmement intéressant parce que c'est un projet de musée sans corpus. Donc voilà, je l'ai fait en terre. À l'époque, la législation était différente, il a fallu lutter. Et puis ensuite, la législation s'est assouplie et on peut construire en terre à condition d'utiliser quand même un certain nombre de choses. Et on ne l'a pas évoqué ce matin, mais je l'évoquerai dans la dernière partie ou l'avant-dernière de mon travail, c'est la question des bureaux de contrôle. Et finalement, si on peut vraiment vouloir utiliser, je dois dire que c'est parce que j'ai travaillé sur des tout petits projets, qu'il n'y avait pas de pression, qu'on était dans les marges, qu'on était très loin de tout, que ça a pu se faire. Il faut accepter aussi de comprendre que certaines choses vont se jouer dans les marges et qu'ensuite elles peuvent se transposer ailleurs, mais il faut un peu plus de temps. Donc ce projet, il avait été visité par Marie-Hélène Comtal, qui m'avait dit que ça ferait un très beau musée d'architecture. Et en effet, comme c'est un projet qui a commencé en 2013 et qui n'est pas fini, évidemment, l'importance du chantier, l'importance de cette co-réalisation a été là, très, très longuement. Alors, je vais passer vite sur des choses faites infiniment mieux par Francis Quéré et qui avait développé absolument toutes les questions, ou par d'autres partout, avec la redécouverte de tout ceci. Je vais aussi montrer que l'approche, elle n'est pas puriste. On utilise bien sûr, Et puis j'avance plus vite parce que je viens de voir mon chronomètre et ça m'affole. Donc, j'avance sur d'autres projets qui posent d'autres questions extrêmement intéressantes et qui rejoignent à d'autres niveaux. Vous voyez que je travaille sur divers niveaux, diverses échelles, et qu'à chaque fois, ici c'est un programme étatique, qui est aussi un programme sur un projet colonial, et sur la fierté et le réenchantement. Et là, je fais une nouvelle parenthèse sur les petits schémas qui étaient intéressants à produire pour vous, Paolo, qui était la circulation des hommes. Entre le moment 1 des greniers et le moment 2 d'Assa, les hommes ont circulé. J'ai pu m'appuyer sur eux. Mais pour les petites entreprises, chacun avait ses ouvriers, et c'est moi qui ai intégré dans ma société d'architectes. C'est pour ça que cette question aussi, voilà, maintenant on est avec des associations d'architecture, c'est un statut qui n'existe pas au Maroc, mais on a des coopératives d'architectes, etc. C'est extrêmement intéressant de voir les formes que peut prendre notre métier sur un long terme. Avec le Qsar d'Assa, donc ça s'est maintenu, et j'ai recruté ensuite dans ma société 3 personnes qui accompagnent mes projets et qui restent avec moi ou que je laisse sur un chantier parce que bon, je suis quand même une dame, etc. Peut-être qu'elle est un peu folle. Enfin bon, il y a tout ce regard au départ, et après les gens comprennent, mais il faut qu'il y ait ce moment où il faut ancrer l'objet, et il faut ancrer dans la technique, ça se passe par les hommes. Donc c'est aussi une échelle ensuite qui m'a été donnée de faire ce très beau travail à Agadir, et je finirai sans doute avec ce projet, qui est un projet qui a été livré il y a quelques mois, où il y a un téléphérique, comme vous voyez ici, qui amène au pied d'une forteresse qui a 5 ou 6 siècles le public de touristes, puisqu'on est au cœur de la baie d'Agadir et que c'est le seul monument à visiter. Et vous voyez ici la plateforme d'accueil avec une contrainte très stricte, puisque si le téléphérique fait 9,30 mètres, nous n'avions pas le droit de dépasser 3 mètres en moyenne en hauteur. Et donc cette rampe et cette façon de semi-enfouir a été une façon vraiment de répondre à cette exigence, et à comprendre aussi qu'on peut aussi proposer pour une grande ville cette question de l'architecture terrestre et cette question de l'ancrage. Donc, vous savez, Agadir, ça a été le tremblement de terre. Il y a donc un rapport au passé qui est complexe, un rapport aussi à la reconstruction, un rapport à la mort, un rapport à voilà, un lieu très douloureux. Et il y a eu 2 traumatismes. Le premier traumatisme a été le tremblement de terre sur la Médina que vous voyez. Et le deuxième traumatisme a été que, comme il y avait beaucoup de corps qu'on n'a pas pu retirer, et qu'il y avait le choléra, il y avait un risque d'épidémie, ils ont déversé du chlorure de chaux, et ensuite ils ont passé une niveleuse pour éviter que les lieux soient volés, qu'il y ait des choses inconsidérées. Donc au premier traumatisme du choc et de la perte, il y a eu le traumatisme, cet effacement des mémoires. Donc le projet d'Agadir a été un projet où il a fallu intégrer tous ces survivants ou leurs descendants, et ils sont avec nous dans le comité. Ils valident chaque étape, ils assistent à peu près une fois par trimestre, au minimum, à chacune des étapes. Ils sont associés, et ils sont associés à à chaque fois qu'on a un problème. Donc c'est aussi difficile, quand on est souvent architecte, de venir et d'accepter aussi un autre regard, de corriger sa page, de se dire, bon, peut-être que j'avais pas raison, peut-être qu'il faut que je revoie, peut-être qu'il faut refaire, ou au contraire aller convaincre. Voilà. Donc ce projet, je ne vais pas le présenter dans son intégralité parce que c'est trop complexe. Il y a une ligne de la douleur, il y a un travail de platelage, il y a énormément de choses. Je dirais qu'on a redécouvert les techniques avec l'aide de l'archéologie, qui a été un guide extraordinaire pour nous faire prendre conscience de la capacité aussi de ces techniques ancestrales à résister au tremblement de terre. Les murs ont survécu au tremblement de terre. Et en même temps, il a fallu pour la plateforme réfléchir à utiliser des matériaux qui sont là, avec des filières locales, qui étaient en flux tendu dans la livraison, avec des hommes qui venaient aussi de la montagne, et ça s'est fait de façon tout à fait merveilleuse pour le plus grand bonheur des gens qui n'ont pas arrêté d'être... voilà, ça a eu un succès fou. Et c'est extrêmement important, pas tant pour son ego, mais pour comprendre que tout à coup, dans la capitale régionale, une architecture sincère, en pierre, en bois, très étrange pour les gens, a du succès et peut proposer une alternative. Et c'était très important parce que nous avions toutes les délégations du ministère de l'Intérieur venues visiter, etc. Et me disant pendant le Covid, ah oui, vous avez raison, il faut utiliser la pierre, on a tellement de pierres. Et l'autre chose extrêmement importante, c'est qu'on a voulu faire ce que j'appelle la paléo-inspiration, paléo-innovation. Low-tech, c'est aussi un synonyme finalement, mais c'est revenir à des choses qui ont existé et sans les utiliser telles qu'elles étaient, mais dans une idée peut-être un peu dynamique. Voilà, nous avons le droit ou le devoir de transposer ces techniques. Donc on a au Maroc, comme en Himalaya indien, comme au Pakistan, comme au Népal, comme dans nombreuses régions d'Asie, une technique qui est parasismique en Asie, qui au Maroc est utilisée donc chez les Bougmès, vous le voyez, qui est utilisée en pierre et en bois, en pierre sèche et en bois, et qui est extrêmement solide et qui n'est pas, c'est pas une région parasismique, mais c'était des bâtiments qui devaient durer. Et donc j'ai transposé tout ça parce qu'il y a eu tant de morts avec des dalles de béton qui leur sont tombées dessus que je voulais proposer une autre technique à Agadir pour être dans ce devoir de mémoire et proposer une autre façon de voir, et y compris aussi tous ces magnifiques plafonds qu'on fait. Un bémol, cependant, le bureau de contrôle nous a imposé du métal, parce que le bois on n'est pas en Suède, le bois n'est pas considéré. Et donc peut-être que je dirais que c'est, plutôt que intégration, c'est préservation le mot qui me viendrait. Ce projet de ici m'a été retiré parce que, on pourra peut-être expliquer pourquoi, mais il était finalement trop modeste, il était trop respectueux du lieu, il n'était pas assez visible. Je me suis tellement effacée pour mettre en valeur le lieu que finalement ça n'a pas correspondu à une personne qui est extérieure au groupe. Mais l'histoire n'est pas finie. Et je dois dire aussi qu'actuellement, je lis ce livre et je trouve ça extrêmement fort. Elle parle d'écoféminisme. Moi, je ne suis jamais arrivée à cette idée. Je pense qu'on en parlera parce que j'estime qu'on est avec les vivants, on est avec les non-vivants, on est avec des hommes, on est avec des femmes. Mais en même temps, c'est extrêmement important de comprendre, et je le comprends aujourd'hui, que si j'ai réussi à faire tout ça, c'est sans doute que j'étais une femme et que cette question de l'éthique du projet, cette question aussi de ne pas vouloir la rupture, cette question des modèles, cette question de l'épaisseur temporelle que vous avez vue, du continuum des pratiques constructives, de la pensée architecturale du chantier, du cycle, enfin, tout cet enchevêtrement de pensée et d'action, hein, praxis et théoria, c'était aussi parce que je voulais repenser avant tout la possibilité du faire ensemble. Alors je vais pas continuer parce que c'est trop, mais il y aurait beaucoup de choses à dire encore, et je m'arrête et je vous remercie sur des travaux que nous avons faits dernièrement avec Amina Agaznei, qui est une designer du Maroc très célèbre et qui travaille avec moi pour qu'on puisse former les jeunes et les enfants à une sensibilisation et pas simplement les hommes. Donc après avoir intégré tous nos maçons dans un cycle extrêmement passionnant, on travaille avec les femmes à changer le regard qu'on peut porter sur elles, sur les villages, sur le travail, sur la ruralité et sur un ensemble, y compris de lieux, où il faut s'assurer que les gens n'iront pas à l'extérieur et en même temps sauver encore et toujours ces sites. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Madame Chou, would you like to enlighten ourselves in the same way, even more, so we can have such an incredible discussion afterwards?
That was really beautiful speech and practice. Thank you, Salima. I really look forward to our exchange soon. So integration for us, it's both the process and the purpose of our rural practice. By integrating architecture with our nature, culture, infrastructure, agriculture, the goal is to integrate and inspire our rural communities to restore identity and revive the potential. So I'm going to go through the projects one by one. For example, in this ancient Wang village surrounded by modern factories, a new memorial hall dedicated to the ancestor integrate the history and the culture, but also to restore the sense of pride and motivation in the community to initiate further, to bring on further business initiatives and cultural programs. And Hakka Mountain Village, a new museum for its Hakka indenture, culture, and context, is to revive, as the opportunity to revive this long-lost building, masonry building technique, and also attracts private investors, sectors to engage with the rural revival process by initiating new hotel, homestay business adjacent to this museum, which also trains local women in the village to be there with this local bamboo heritage. So this is also a new cultural platform for the Hakka community. And we also look into the abandoned infrastructure. This abandoned and unsafe bridge could really become the, with the innovation, renovation, this could become a shared community common space that's really shared by two villages across the river. And a space in the nature engages the community as the builders on this exercise. So instead of making buildings and integrate nature with our architecture, we wanted to bring our architecture back in the nature. It's also resonating or integrating with the traditional philosophy of Chinese literati. So it's also a metabolic architecture in the nature. And in rural area, this is also, the agriculture also becomes the key elements to introduce the local heritage, local production, but also as an intangible cultural heritage. For example, in this Chavepayre village, a new factory of tofu production is to integrate local family workshops as, well, it used to be individual households or participating in the market economy. And to, by setting up new village union, this becomes a new economic structure, which is collective economic structure to facilitate the production and to promote this tofu making tradition in a village. And these family workshops are functioning or acting as the shareholders of this collective economic structure. And the building is also becoming a shared common kitchen at the entrance of the village. And this new factory also inspired younger villagers returning home to join the production union. At the same time, it also inspired another villager union just to grow organic, ecological soya beans for the raw material supply. So in a way, it also changed it promotes the ecological agriculture plantation in a village. And on the flatland village, where it's well known for the brown sugar production in the region, a new factory is to accommodate new production space, to upgrade the production quality, and also to increase the price of this product. And the building is also functioning as a common space for the community during non-production season. But more importantly, all these factories based by different agricultural production is actually to initiate a new type of hybrid collective economic structure which engages all these individual households as the collective sectors which could perform better in a market economy. Well, that means the increase of revenue, and the young people see the opportunity and employment and returning to their home villages. So in general, this is an overall systematic approach that we have been collaborating with Songyang County in the region in past 9 years, over 9 years by now. And we have been working with this method called architectural acupuncture, which means a small scale of public program is introduced to each village, either in the mountain or on the flatland, either traditional village or non-traditional village. And the program is really based on its context and heritage, and to engage the community in the whole process to define the program, and also to explore the heritage, the legacy of each family that has been living. It's a collective family, basically, for each village that have been living in this location for generations. And it becomes a mapping system in the region, which is the purpose isn't to the making of architecture, but really through architecture to restore the rural identity by individual programs which can initiate further developments or engagements through the village community. But at the same time, in this location, in this entire county, it's building up this circulation and interaction between the villages, also with the county urban center, to establish this county urban and rural connectivity and communication and circulation. So in the past years, there have been over 6,000 villagers returned to the county, and many of them started to initiate new businesses based on their knowledge and life experience living in the cities. And during this process, we also realized that, again, this is really not about making of an architecture of a piece of a building, but it's really to ask us as architects to expand our visions and to initiate collaborations. This means that reevaluate the local resource and local heritage, and at the same time to engage different sectors, different disciplinaries in the whole process of defining the program, identifying location, and also the building itself is also a collective effort. So we brought this method and continue to work with the other regions, with this neighbor county called Jingyun County. After the research by invitation, we initiated this, the proposal to look into the abandoned quarries in this region. At the moment, well, with this mountainous region typography in Jingyun County, over 20 years ago, when the local authorities closed down most of the quarries productions, there are over 3,000 quarries abandoned in the region. And we propose to take this a initiative to the local authority, to local different departments. So this design idea is to engage with reviving the rural, the abandoned quarries, but also to as a local unique resource that can integrate with the culture, with the ecosystem, with its history and the community. So the quarry history in Jingyun is over 1,000 years old, since Song Dynasty. And most of the people or family have been working with the quarrying business, quarrying industry production. And these quarries are were operated by family workshops. So all these over 3,000 abandoned quarries or caves were used to be the operation of individual families, households. And now let's take a look of how the production in the traditional way, with the manually quarrying technique. Do we have a sound, please? Just a little, thank you. So you could really see that quarrying is a very intense labor work, and local communities, they have really a very strong sentimental connection with this quarrying business, because many people were used to work in the quarry for decades, and this is one of our quarry worker.
70年代那个时候，我们这里基本上都是打石头的，没有别的生活的，就是靠打石头过日子的。70年代、80年代、90年代，那30年代是全部都是搞石头的别的没有事情做了。到90年之后呢，有的就是不打石头了，别的是工作去了。所以以后呢，这个下面这个是要机械化了，要机器去了，不是人工打了。 我就是讲这么句，我是16岁就打石头了，这个红气啊，那以前我们打石头是很苦了，早上6点钟就到这里了，到了山上去了，到晚上6点钟，一天到晚，那个时候呢，饭了吃不饱，打石头是饭了吃不饱，一天打。
So we started with this collaboration with the local community and also authorities, of course, different departments in the local government, because this was, in the beginning, nobody knows which department should be responsible to revive these quarries, which is really unusual local resource, but at the same time was considered as the waste of certain business, certain industry. So we went through many meetings with everyone, always a meeting, always, every meeting has, not dozens of people, but sometimes even over 100 people for discussions and for ideas. And I mean, to be honest, we didn't have any clue in the beginning as well. But this was really a very constructive process to get to learn about the quarry. It's a different scale compared to architecture, and also the needs of the local communities, especially the younger generation, and also the original quarry workers, and different regulations for ecological or natural resource preservation and village. So at the end, we brought up with this proposal to introduce different cultural public programs into all these quarries, really based on individual characteristics of the individual quarries. So each one is given a different type of public program. Again, it's also a acupunctural strategy. We're not going to reform the quarry, but by carefully identifying or diagnose the original condition of each quarry, there will be a new intervention to revive all these quarries, and it's become a cluster in the region. So the quarries with new different programs, functions, also, but this is also according to the desire of the younger villagers in the region.
在我的印象当中，就是我们爷爷那一辈有好多人都是以采石为生的，就在80、90那个年代。变化的话呢，第一就是作为我们在五 A 景区里面的话，它也是为缙云增添了一处新的观光旅游的一个胜地吧，然后会为我们当地的村民也带来一定的经济收入。对于我们来说的话，我觉得像咖啡厅啊，然后或者就是其实现在也蛮好的，像书吧、咖啡厅，或者就是传承我们当地的一个文化，叫物剧文化，就一些表演啊，其实对我们当地都是意义比较大的。
So the collaboration, we also started, the first with the safety reinforcement, because it's really the priority to revive all these quarries. And we've been collaborating with our geotechnical engineers, who are these young engineers.
在设计过程中，我们利用大型有线软件建立3维和2维模型，来验证我们的设计方案的一个有效性和加固效果，并且为我们的那个设计也提供了一定的法支撑和依据。在建模过程中，选择合适的本构模型来模拟岩石的力学行为关系是非常重要的。我们在建模过程中选择的是一个 Hook-Bro 本构模型，它是模拟岩石的力学行为关系最好的一个本构，它在国际上也得到了一个广泛的认可。
总体来说呢，缙云的石窟的数量比较多。它不同的石窟有它不同的特点，但总体总结起来有以下3个方面的特征。石窟的内部空间比较狭小，像这种内部空间比较狭小，但是它的单体的高差又比较大，大型的一些机械设备啊没法的进入，这是一方面。第二方面就是 每个不同的石窟啊，它不同的岩壁啊，有它不同的一些特点。因此，我们在设计之前啊，对于不同的洞壁要进行一些专业的一些探查清楚过后，然后再进行一些精细化设计。第三个方面就是我们在加固设计之初啊，也希望尽可能保持洞壁的一些原貌，尽可能不体现加固的痕迹。比如像我们现在这个石窟，尽管加固过了，但是我们基本上看不出那些加固的一些形状，所以在我们这加固过程中，在加固材料的选择和手段的选用上，也进行了一些专业的处理。
So the safety reinforcement is also a minimal intervention approach, and within a very short amount of time period, we have completed 3 quarries, which is in a way it's also a economic strategy in terms of both time and budget, because all these quarries cost less time, construction time, and also investment compared to building something new. But on the other hand, by reusing these quarries, it really brings, restore or it reintegrates local collective memory. So the first quarry was based by the request of our quarry workers to have a live stage for them to demonstrate their quarrying skill technique as intangible cultural heritage, that something that they are very proud of. And when they were quarry workers, they were very well respected by the village community, because they are the one supporting, the family, the children and the grandchildren. So the quarrying was really the main income resource in the entire region in Jingyun. And the second quarry, based on its acoustical quality, is converted into a quarry theater for performance. And actually this was also required by the young villagers, the young women from the village, as their performance or entertainment as a space, as a central stage. But this space can also be used by local traditional opera, Wujü opera, as the traditional theater space. And the third quarry is dedicated to local cultural heritage and calligraphy tradition in the region. And we only applied a very thin layer, almost a membrane, a soft membrane into the space, but preserved all the original internal topography, which is really like a mountain. So this quarry is addressed as a function between the library and the Chinese study, and we call it the book mountain. And the idea with all these quarries is not that the architect is going to make something. No, we are just a supporting role here, but we really want to revive these quarries. The space were manually created by all these village community quarry workers as collective artists, and we want to give these quarry spaces as monuments back to the community, and to restore the local collective memory. So the architectural intervention is only following the internal topography with this language or this material of compressed engineered bamboo to sustain the weather, and also with the steel framing as a structure, but it's like a soft skin going, following all these traces and the terraces as reading platforms, only to indicate a new layer of public activities, and also the human scale as a contrast with this organic form of quarries. And we have a video with sound as well. So these quarries have become very popular spaces, destinations in the region, and local communities are really proud of their quarries, become such a popular places in the region. I think I'm running out of my 18 minutes of time, but I would like to continue a few more minutes I feel like I have the obligation to introduce to you, to everyone, Fujian Tulo. I am from Fujian province in South China, and this is Tulo is such a unique building, vernacular building typology that I really want to share with everyone. And I think this is also knowledge. Even as modern architects, we need to learn, we need to understand. And so here, this is the Tulo image. Maybe some of you have seen the images here or there, but Tulo is actually very common local typology in the mountain region in Fujian, in southern part of Fujian province. And in 2008, 46 Tulo buildings are inscribed as World Cultural Heritage by UNESCO. But there are many more Tulo in this region. And the Tulo is actually a defense structure with the original functionalities. It was built to as a defensive castle to prevent for the invasions and also with the wild animals in the mountain. And Tulo is also a collective living structure that can accommodate hundreds of people within one structure, one building. And we always think modern collective living is a modern concept with our apartment buildings. But no, since the most ancient Tulou in the region has history of 700 years. So even back at that time, there was already a collective living pattern in this region, and I'm sure there will be more around the world, maybe also in the other regions as well. So it's actually really a very strong bonding of community, of society in this region. But besides the 46 inscribed as cultural heritage Tulou, but there are still thousands of Tulous are actually in critical conditions because as the original inhabitants, with the economic developments, of course, the original inhabitants left Tulou building and started to build their own individual houses, modern houses. It's shown on the photo as well around the Tulou. So eventually, these Tulou buildings become vacant and abandoned, and it was very heartbreaking to see these conditions. So we also brought up this initiative to the local government, to the local city government, to work with the 3 different counties, and by taking a number of abandoned Tulou buildings and look into different types of Tulou condition. And since these Tulous, most of these Tulous don't accommodate the original functions like defense or communal living anymore. The idea is to introduce a new public cultural program to each Tulou, but again, it's also acupunctural, really based on individual conditions. And the new program is based on the heritage and tradition context of each location, each village. So we have, I'm not going into details of these Tulou buildings, but it was really a hard process to negotiate and to fight with all these departments, because the idea of this adaptive reuse is not to restore the Tulou building to its original condition or to rebuild every pieces, but actually to take this condition like this torn down or broken condition as a new typology, as the starting point. So this actually brings a new opportunity to have the terrace, lookout terrace, or it could also become a new layer of courtyards or gardens in East ancient Tulou. And so yes, there was no policy to support this type of adaptive reuse, and we have to go through intense discussions and debates, and also different meetings with the authorities, with experts, and also with the different departments. But the argument is that if there's no policy regulation against it, it doesn't mean there's no policy to support this type of work. That the argument is that it doesn't mean that there's no policy against it. So you just always need to try to invite different experts, preservation experts, and also local construction teams and cultural construction departments to engage in discussion. And actually, when we were working with these 7 Tulou buildings, each Tulou building had to go through many meetings for approval, but luckily by now we have 4 Tulou buildings under construction. And so yes, the idea is that even though all these Tulou buildings, they don't have the, there's no need for the original functions anymore. But we want to argue that by reuse these existing structure, and also which is also very unique local resource. It's the way to restore local identity and also to revive. Each Toulon is introduced with this village tradition or very unique heritage culture. So each one can become the acupunctural intervention in its own village context as well. And we also worked with new engineered modern timber structure to accommodate larger space for public programs. So the idea is that with this chapter of Toulon is to bring up the discussion that these local cultural heritage, the traditional vernacular building typology, can still be performative in our contemporary context. Thank you very much.
Allora. So I feel that the need to say something, to clarify something. The idea of putting these two types of experiences together was to see whether one could actually look at the same word, at the same mechanism, that of integration, starting from two different perspectives. Because one, it seemed to me, was essentially endogenous. So how one integrates the landscape starting from within, and the other one instead almost from without, how one goes back to that environment by bringing things in that were not there before. But then as I was listening to the presentations and knowing a bit about those places, it seems to me that there is another dimension that could be discussed. And that is the integration between the fabric, either the fabric that exists or the fabric to be, with the economy. Because I think that this is also a drastic difference between the two contexts. In one is a living and hopefully clearly thriving economy. So it is a matter of sort of adjusting part of its components and adjusting the fabric to it. The other one is economy that needs to be regenerated, recreated, or created from scratch. So how much do we need a living economy in order to be able to produce a work which is not just feasible in terms of construction, but it's feasible in terms of being sustained over time? And I was wondering whether, in fact, Salima could start answering this question.
Dans quelle mesure on a besoin d'une économie vivante il faut pour soutenir. Oui, c'est une histoire de point de vue. C'est une histoire de point de vue. Je pense que notre raison d'être, elle ne se fait pas sans les hommes quand même. Donc, si ce sont des lieux complètement abandonnés, dans des lieux où il n'y a plus de vie, pour moi, c'est pas très utile de s'en occuper. Après, ça dépend de quoi on parle. Pour ceux dont j'ai parlé ce matin, ce sont des lieux tout de même qui sont reculés, qui sont dans la montagne, qui sont inaccessibles, mais il y a beaucoup de monde encore. Donc je pense qu'on ne peut pas non plus généraliser. Moi, je n'ai peut-être pas assez insisté sur la question de l'adhésion, qui serait pour moi le point le plus important dans l'intégration. C'est-à-dire qu'un travail d'adhésion ou une adhésion qui existe ou qui préexiste, c'est le minimum. C'est-à-dire c'est pas on vient s'occuper d'un lieu, c'est plutôt les gens qui viennent à nous pour qu'on sauve le lieu. Et c'est plus sain que d'avoir un programme étatique qui va remplacer une vraie énergie locale qui sera beaucoup plus sincère. J'étais en Arabie Saoudite cette année beaucoup, et ce que j'ai vu, par exemple, à El Ula, Taïma, toutes ces villes qui sont plus ou moins habitées, c'est vraiment de poser des éléments qui sont préparés, donc des bancs, des petits kiosques, etc., et de créer des unités dans les oasis de vie. Donc c'est intéressant comme principe, mais je préfère un principe moins rapide où, depuis la société, il y a un projet qui est porté par la société. Je pense que c'est bien aussi. Mais je n'ai pas d'avis tranché. Je pense que ce qui est important, c'est d'avoir plusieurs vitesses, toujours. Mais je préfère que ça vienne toujours de l'intérieur.
Is your work, in a sense, I don't want to trivialize it, quite the opposite, but is it facilitated by the socio-economic conditions, in fact, by the need also to the push that you're having at the moment back towards the countryside? So, in fact, the architect has a very useful and active role in easing this return to the country.
When we started over 9 years ago in the countryside with the Songyang County, with the different villages, there was no supporting policy at the moment. We started in January 2014, and I think that the rural revitalization campaign by central government, I think, started around 2018. But I think we also work in a very, actually in a more independent way to collaborate with the different sectors in certain region, in this regional practice. And I would say, well, economic perspective is definitely the very important intention in the practice, because you really, it's really not about making the buildings at all. The idea is that through the buildings, actually, it becomes a social structure to engage, to motivate the local people, local community, and to actually, for them to continue bring up new initiatives. That's the idea about acupuncture. So acupuncture is not about the needles, but really by this healing treatment, it's really to boost the circulation. So I would think it's the integration is really holistic. It's definitely economic. We also learned, we work with the economists, we learned about this very special collective economic structure within the Chinese villages. And so we were able to also integrate buildings as a starting point and to integrate all these families or the village collective. And there's also, different aspects in this way, even though some projects might appear to be cultural or infrastructural, but every project is the intention to restore a local identity. So this will actually try to reconnect all these villages. Each one has its own heritage identity, but at the same time, they also build up a new circulation within the region. And especially in the economic part, in the agricultural production part, by all these small businesses, production factories located in different villages, providing local foods and product. This becomes a circular system in the region for its own local economic system or circulation. And I think in general is to also for the younger villagers to see the potential and possibilities and to inspire them returning home. So this has been a process really ongoing now. And I think at this moment, when we're not on the pandemic page and everybody's really active, especially in this rural region. We visited, we were with our students to visit the different villages and also the quarries, and during the weekend it was really full of people. Everybody's out for leisure, for fun, and visiting villages.
Are there any, is it Hannah? Hannah Robertson.
Hi. It seems to me that one of the themes that's emerging, particularly in this session, in both your work, Salima and Tiantian, but also in some of the earlier work from Claudia and Toshiko from yesterday, is about collective economies and how that operates a bit differently from, I guess, urban-centric, market-oriented development, which is quite individualistic. And I wonder how these collective ways of working impact the types of buildings that you're producing as well. And maybe it's actually somewhat already been answered by Tiantian, but I'm just interested in how that plays out in the decision-making that you go about and how you go about designing with those kind of ways of working in mind.
I'll go first. With this new collective economic structure, actually, it's the essential part of to engage with the rural economy, because for the individual households, many of the village have their production, agricultural production heritage. But because individual household or family workshops didn't have the access to the market economy, so it was very difficult for them to continue. It wasn't a sustainable way, to be honest. They had no place to sell their products and no access to brand to promote their product at all. So the collective economic structure is able, well, of course, on one hand, is to protect the interest, business, commercial interest and potential of each family by engaging them as the shareholders of this entity, instead of they are only working for a factory that's as a workers that is owned by urban investors, which would be a round of a rip-off between urban and rural, right? So this really is a innovative, I would say it's an innovative hybrid structural system. But in this way, it also, it's also a presentation of local cultural heritage. So it becomes a life museum and to provide cultural educational programs, which really attract visitors coming and visit. So in this process, it's all together really bring up the, upgrade the quality, but also the price of each product. That becomes a very positive cycle happening with these different factories. And there are also the educational destination over the weekends, especially for the young families, bring their children to the mountain village to explore this local heritage and tradition. So it's also becoming a cultural event, almost some project with the brown sugar factory. They also invented this brown, it's called sugar festival in every year in early November when they started the production season. So it's all holistic in a way. But the process is, like I said, it's a collective collaboration. So you always, in the beginning, very beginning of the project, you need to discuss with the local community. And we have to learn how to cook the sugar or how to make the tofu, right? It's all different process. So if you look at the architecture, the brown sugar is as a one central stage. It's based on the production procedure, and the tofu is rather divided into different chapters, like episodes. So these are all these are the different contents will actually really have an impact on the building, on your design, right, physical design. But on the other hand, the interest from local community or the input from the local skilled production workers can also be integrated as part of the design process. For example, you need to actually, this is a process that to make it more efficient, you always need to ask every village with their local villagers what will be the best material, you know, to be sustainable with your production. So, for example, the brown sugar, they would prefer to have the light steel because it would work better with the steam and heat when in the cooking season compared to the engineered wood. But for tofu making, it's like the food you can cook in your kitchen. So, and in that sense, the engineered timber is more sustainable with this building.
Alors, d'abord, je pense qu'on ne peut pas comparer les deux projets. Il y a une telle asymétrie. On a un premier projet, ce que je présente, où on est sur ce qu'il reste de sociétés multiséculaires, de la subsistance, d'une pauvreté absolue. Je n'ai pas donné les chiffres, mais ça fait frémir. Enfin, je veux dire, et d'une détresse réelle, avec autour d'eux des programmes où la corruption est plus présente que le projet. Donc je peux pas, enfin pour moi c'est impossible de répondre à votre question parce que si vous voulez, là on est sur des fonds plus ou moins étatiques avec des familles actionnaires, tout un travail en amont qui a été fait, qui est énorme. Moi, en face, vous avez une petite femme avec des communautés, que je connais depuis 20 ans, 25 ans, qui essayons, à leur demande, de sauver ce qu'il reste d'un patrimoine dont l'autorité ne veut plus. Alors, on a d'un côté, parce que ça pose des problèmes de foncier, ça pose des problèmes justement, ces biens communautaires qui sont perpétués depuis des millénaires. Quand ils entrent en conflit avec une société de marché individualiste, ça fonctionne plus. Donc il faut en effet réinventer. Mais on ne peut pas avoir un modèle qui est projeté comme ça, Deus ex machina, ça ne marche jamais. Ça marche peut-être ailleurs, je ne connais pas la Chine, mais pour le Maroc, ça ne marche jamais. Donc le vrai souci, c'est de faire en sorte, pour le Maroc, je parle de ce que je vous ai présenté, l'idée c'était plutôt de montrer comment un bien qui appartient à plusieurs personnes est devenu, est resté parce qu'il y avait un vrai besoin dans les mains, mais de toute façon, si par exemple on décidait de les transformer pour devenir des lieux comme j'ai pu voir moi en Arabie Saoudite ou comme je viens de voir en Chine, il faudrait toute une procédure qui irait jusqu'à sans doute l'expropriation. Personnellement, ça me pose des problèmes éthiques majeurs, mais encore une fois, la comparaison est asymétrique. Je veux dire, il ne faut pas comparer. Je pense que si on compare, on risque de tuer l'un et l'autre des projets. Il y en a un qui se veut dans un développement assuré, avec une échelle de lieux qui donne le vertige, etc. Et il y en a un autre, le mien, qui est un projet, encore une fois, de société moribonde. Et je vous ai expliqué que c'est les derniers lieux, il n'y a pas d'argent. Donc à chaque fois qu'on amène des fonds, mais on pourvoit à tout. C'est quelque chose d'assez... Donc moi, je pense que l'intégration, elle se fait toujours avec les gens, que c'est en effet des modèles vertueux que d'intégrer, et que le participatif, il est tout à fait normal, mais le participatif est très difficile à mettre en œuvre, parce qu'il y a toujours des conflits. Il y a des conflits anciens entre les familles, il y a des conflits de terrain, il y a des conflits d'usage. Par exemple, quand nous travaillons sur l'eau, telle famille a tous les droits d'eau, donc elle va avoir des possibilités de culture qu'une autre famille n'aura pas. Donc ensuite, elle aura dans le grenier plus de cases. Donc tout ça, ce sont des systèmes entiers, complexes. Ensuite, je pense que ce qui est important aujourd'hui, c'est de regarder les modèles. Et là, on est sur deux modèles différents. Je dirais un modèle sans argent et un modèle avec argent. Et je pense que, quand même, la question de la ressource, il y a aussi des lieux qui peuvent mourir, hein. Ça, c'est un constat. Mais la question de la ressource, moi, je ne juge pas. Je pense que tout dépend. Et voilà. Mais si ça arrivait, si ce genre de choses arrivait sur les greniers collectifs, par exemple, je pense qu'il y aurait un dévoiement du lieu pour les greniers collectifs. Parce que c'est une institution sacrée, c'est à part. Par contre, si ça arrive sur des qsar, pourquoi pas? On a vu des greniers collectifs en Tunisie se transformer en maisons d'hôtes. Bon, il n'y a plus aucun lien, tout est folklorisé, il n'y a plus aucun lien avec l'essence même des lieux. Mais ça marche. Économiquement, ça marche. Enfin, en ce moment, ça ne marche pas. Mais économiquement, c'est censé marcher. Donc je pense que c'est très très dur de comparer. Voilà, ça me gêne beaucoup, vraiment, parce que.
Can I say something on this? Actually, well, I agree with Salima's point that you can't make a comparison. These are all very individual situations. You know, things that have been happening in rural China has this different context and situation condition compared to rural in Morocco, and well, and also different from Anna's or Claudia's practice in France or in Mexico. And even within China, the rural conditions in different parts of China, that's also very different. But I think every location, every place provides a certain, its own experience or models that we can exchange. And I found there's a resonance with all this granary. I found there's a resonance with our Tulou buildings as well. And yes, of course, in the Chinese context, we have a bigger population, but it's always, nothing is easy. It's always with difficulties. And I disagree that it's just by simply saying that we have money that we can do it. To me, money is a resource that you have to engage as part of your design as well. So nobody's waiting for money. You know, money doesn't come to you. It doesn't happen that easy. You just wait for funding. No, not really. You have to propose. You have to negotiate. You have to initiate meetings and possibilities. And I see this as part of the design. That's why I don't think it's only architecture design. It's a social design. And you have to, like many of the projects, of course, they are not the budget is actually lower than, I liked Anna when she had this, building cost in her presentation. And our building cost is much lower, to be honest. But you have to find a smart way to find the resource of money, funding, subsidy from, for example, from the village collective money for them to engage as the shareholders, to engage, to contribute, and township, the county, local level, different departments, agricultural money, cultural departments, or transportation departments. So it's, in a way, I think being an architect, like Toshiko was working with this foundation, and she worked as pro bono, which truly understand, because many of our rural projects were also pro bono projects. So I think this is the way that, as an architect, we don't stay within our comfort zone or as professionals, but we can strike out. We can work as economists. We are environmentalists, ecologists, and anthropologists. I think we can really have multiple roles with our education and experience. If we don't, we can always learn from scratch. Thank you.
It's not a question, it's more than a remark, because I do see a lot of similarities between the two approaches. And the whole thing is that how you see the role of the architect. In both cases, because I know a little bit both of them, is that when you know your role as an enabler, as an architect's enabler, because you have to be all of these things. You have to think about construction methods, you can, economy, resources, all these, but you cannot become an economist, you cannot become a socialist, you can anthropologist, you cannot do all these things. But the role of the architect is how you enable all these things to come together. And that's what I'm saying, that although they're two different, Morocco and China, maybe they're very different, but I don't agree with this idea that the demands should come from the people. This is not a way, this is a little bit of nostalgia way of looking at things, because there are the realities. If the people could help themselves, they would have helped. They didn't need your help. So what it is here is that what would be that additional role of the architect who can come and imagine a little bit more than construction, and both the sustainability and the long-term existence of a project, and not always something to be forever, because sometimes we have to deal with projects which are for a short period of time, because at the end of that cycle there might be some other new aspirations within the societies. That's why that we're working about, in both cases, about changing societies where the aspiration of the villagers are changing every day. So we have to be, and architecture is not as fast as, cannot change as fast as aspirations change. So that's what I'm saying, that it's very good, and I think both of them are very good approaches, is each of them is to know how to know very good the context. If Tiantian has been able to convince a number of local, in her case, she's been able to do some local authorities, which they don't have the same level of understanding of the people at the top. So they do with dealings, and this convincing them to be a part of the project is very important. And I think that is very, same thing that same as you have done, that with going through these authorities, because it's not only the people who are just the users, you have to have the whole people of the society. That's what I'm saying, that I see a lot of similarities between the two. Thank you.
Do you want to comment? Or?
Je ne crois pas que ce soit nostalgique, il me semble, mais au contraire. Mais je pense que c'est extrêmement compliqué, toujours, de comparer des choses non comparables, en l'occurrence. La vraie question, c'était la question, qu'est-ce qu'on fait d'un patrimoine? Ça, c'est pour ça que je n'ai pas fermé la question en disant, c'est une histoire de modèle, etc. Et après, pour ce qui concerne ces greniers, si on reste dans la question de la non-folklorisation, mais qu'on ne veuille pas être dans une patrimonialisation, pour autant, on peut inventer encore d'autres modèles. Moi, je pense qu'on est au début de ce cycle. Ça m'a beaucoup frappé de le voir dans plusieurs parties du monde, ce type d'approche. Ce que je trouve extrêmement intéressant, c'est quand on va inventer ce que moi j'appelle de l'innovation sociale. Donc là, elle a parlé de ce que vous mettez en place. Nous travaillons avec des coopératives. Donc ça, c'est pour ça. Après, je pense qu'on ne peut pas juger là. C'est-à-dire, ça, c'est des jugements sur 10 ans, peut-être. Et là, on pourra comparer. Ce qui est important, c'est d'avoir des vitesses diverses, mais appropriées. Sans doute que ce que vous nous avez montré est extrêmement approprié. D'ailleurs, le terme acupuncture est extrêmement utilisée maintenant dans le langage de tous les paysagistes que je connais. Parce que justement, c'est cette question de la juste mesure. Peut-être que ce qui nous réunirait, ça serait cette question de la juste mesure. Après, c'est des histoires quand même de marché, il ne faut pas non plus se leurrer complètement. C'est pour ça que je ne veux pas entrer dans ça. Et ensuite, je pense qu'il y a diverses vitesses. Ce qui m'a frappé, c'est qu'il y a quand même... de toute façon, on est au tout début, donc je pense que vous discutez sur tout ça dans 5 ans, je pense, ça sera extrêmement intéressant. Mais là, on n'a pas le... Enfin, je pense, je ne sais pas si... Moi, je sais que sur mes projets, je ne vais pas vous parler d'un seul. Tel projet a fonctionné, par exemple, j'ai parlé de Qsardassa. Qsardassa, pourquoi je sais qu'il a fonctionné? C'est que maintenant, ça fait plus de 10 ans, et quand j'y retourne, les choses qui n'ont pratiquement pas bougé, c'est-à-dire qu'elles convenaient aux gens. Ils n'ont pas apporté d'autres structures, vous voyez? Donc, si ça n'avait pas plu, si ça n'avait pas été... comment dire, en résonance avec leurs besoins et leurs aspirations, au bout de 2 ou 3 ans, ça aurait été complètement gommé, transformé, effacé. Mais je voudrais ajouter une chose. Dans un groupe, et ça a été montré ce matin avec Anna aussi, précisément dans les projets qu'elle montrait, dans un groupe, il y a toutes sortes de gens. Et les sociétés dont je parle, en tous les cas, je vais parler de mon cas, c'est des sociétés à diaspora. Donc, en fonction d'une figure locale, plus ou moins intéressée, dynamique, il va y avoir des choses différentes. Et je pense que justement, ce qui importe tout architecte, c'est qu'on ne diffuse pas des modèles, mais qu'on invente à chaque fois. Et personnellement, ce qui m'intéresse, c'est pour ça que je pense que nostalgique, c'est vraiment très dur comme mot lancé tout à l'heure. Je sais que c'est de la provocation, mais je pense que chaque lieu va entrer en résonance avec un architecte. Et sans doute que ce qui est très beau dans ce que vous avez montré, c'est justement où est-ce que se situe l'individualité de chacun. Parce que pour ce type de projet, on se retire, on s'efface. Et en même temps, le projet va exister. Donc, on est dans un paradoxe. L'architecte s'efface, et pourtant, il est là. On ne le voit pas. Et peut-être que c'est ça aussi, vers quoi la profession va aussi aujourd'hui. C'est-à-dire qu'on va se mettre à l'écoute, au service, et mettre toutes ces compétences au service, non pas des gens, parce que là, ça serait de la démagogie, mais vers le meilleur projet pour eux. Je vais vous donner un exemple. Dans les qsour marocains, dans les villages fortifiés en terre marocains, ils ont eu l'idée, il y a, je pense maintenant 15 ans, de demander aux gens qu'est-ce qu'ils voulaient. Et les gens, bien sûr, leur ont décrit la pire habitation qu'on connaît, de la plus cheap, parce que pour eux, c'était la plus belle. Mais moi, si j'avais à faire pour eux, je leur demanderais certainement, mais ensuite j'irais voir qu'est-ce qui serait le plus adapté pour eux. Et je vous donne un cas sur lequel j'ai travaillé, où il y a des toilettes en pierre, des toilettes sèches. Mais c'est des toilettes sèches comme il y a au Mali, à Gao, etc., à Djenné. Et il existe ce type d'urbanisme aussi au Maroc, c'est pas connu, dans certaines régions qui sont le Tafilalet, etc., et qui n'existent pas dans d'autres régions. Moi, automatiquement, quand on m'a demandé, il y avait une approche pour enlever tout ça. Or, il y avait le lien avec l'agriculture. Donc le projet proposé a été fait avec d'ailleurs quelqu'un qui est diplômé de l'EPFL, mais environnement, et on a réfléchi ensemble à quelque chose qui était adapté à la fois à cet héritage, en intégrant un lave-main, enfin on a tout redessiné pour les gens. Et je pense que c'est ça la vraie réponse, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de recette. Il y a à chaque fois, pour nous, un re-questionnement. C'est pour ça que j'ai émaillé tout à l'heure de tous ces livres qui viennent nous faire réfléchir. C'est pour ça que j'ai aussi parlé d'une position de Fathi qui avait été taxée de nostalgique, etc. Et quand on lit bien les textes, on voit bien que c'était autre chose. Et donc, ce qui m'intéressait aussi, c'était de discuter des questions qui sont des questions aussi sociales, qui évoluent en effet.
Can I say something in response to this? I have a proposal. I think we should all visit each other's country or places for us to have a better understanding. Yes, I would love to visit Morocco and welcome all of you now. China is reopened and you can easily make access to visit our mountain villages in China. And I think it's very different, probably very different mentality, atmosphere, and of course the population is also very different. Parag has been to our mountain villages, so and he has the idea of what's going on. But really, I think rural is very fascinating, and each place, even within China, it's all very different. And I'm sure in all different regions around the world, there's a very different context with Marina, with Anna, with Claudia, and everyone. So I think it's really a pleasant exchange and conversation we are having today. Even we might not get to understand each other right away, but I think it will bring really reflections in the long term.
We have a few questions very quickly, one after the other, very quickly. Who's the first? You've spoken already, so you go fourth.
Me, okay. My question is, which was the starting point of your project? I mean, for you, for example, you talk about, it's for both of you, but for Tiantian, you said that in the sugar brown industry and the tofu industry, you put the place is turned into a social place also, and the quarries are social community place. So the question is, it was your idea, it was a community request, it was a political. En français, l'autre pour la partie, le travail sur les graniers, si c'était, comme vous êtes arrivé, vous arrivez de Rabat, donc l'architecture c'est très différent, vous avez dit, mais le travail avec les matériaux traditionnels et le travaux, si c'était aussi une question qui vous avait portée ou une demande de la communauté. Merci.
Now, we'll give you 30 seconds in one case and 30 seconds in the other.
No, these are not our the very beginning projects. We started with the other small projects like renovations, and also, well, maybe the bamboo theater was part of the very beginning projects. But that was really asked by local villagers as advisors. So in the first year, we took over 12 projects, very small, a bit of bamboo pavilion here, there, and small rural house renovation. So it was a pro bono project as an advice for the different villages when they met with us, an architect, professional architect, and they were really looking for solutions, advices. So there was this learning process. So for us as well, and then after. And those projects are really done in a very fast process, and it's not only Chinese, but it's in the rural when people are engaged, they make things happen really fast. And so the second year we realized there could be a kind of a systematic strategy for this. So that's how we started with acupuncture. So in the first 2-3 years, it was really, really difficult things. But later on, when we have the brown sugar factory, we have the tofu factory, the other villages come up to us to bring their own proposals for a paper making factory or something else. So and then quarry also, after the neighbor county, they see the transformation of Songyang County. They were really very willing to collaborate, and the communities were also willing to collaborate in that way. So, I mean, it's not going just like that. It's really kind of escalating when you make first the steps. But the beginning was always very difficult. Thank you.
1 minute.
Je connais ces régions depuis l'enfance, donc j'y allais depuis toujours. Quand je faisais ma thèse de doctorat, j'étais en longue durée dans les familles. Donc ce qui s'est passé, c'est qu'il y a eu une pluie énorme, c'est tombé, il y a eu tout un pan, et je me suis dit, il faut qu'on répare. Ils se sont dit la même chose, on s'est mis à réparer. C'est ensuite, plus tard, que j'ai transposé. Mais sur le moment, voilà, on a fait la solution la plus évidente, la plus normale, que les villageois ont spontanément, c'est eux qui m'ont appris. Donc c'est pas l'inverse. Hein. Voilà.
Voilà. One and two. Yes.
J'ai essayé de chercher plus ce qui rassemblait vos différentes conférences plutôt que les différences, en fait, pour tirer un enseignement de ce que vous avez toutes les quatre un peu dit. Et j'ai l'impression que quelque chose qui revient beaucoup, c'est le contexte rural, parce que probablement plus éloigné des zones du pouvoir et donc un peu plus libre pour l'innovation. Et puis le dialogue avec les usagers, avec le contexte, avec les techniques de construction locale. Une sorte de générosité aussi à offrir aux usagers. Voilà, une grande générosité. Et puis la dernière chose, ce serait une architecture intégrée, presque invisible parce que tellement bien intégrée dans son contexte, et donc en fait un contre-pied par rapport à l'architecture star ou bien l'architecture objet. Voilà, donc pas une mise en valeur de l'architecte, mais vraiment une mise en valeur du contexte et des habitants. Est-ce que vous seriez d'accord que ce soit un peu le postulat qui rassemble vos différentes pratiques?
Oui ou non? Oui. Oui.
Oui, merci.
Oui. Oui. La dernière question là. With a very quick question mark.
À vrai dire, je voulais essayer de faire aussi bien que ce qui vient d'être fait et essayer moi aussi de trouver des similarités dans vos travaux. Et moi, ce que j'avais vu peut-être, c'était la mise en exergue des savoir-faire locaux et donc également la place de l'ouvrier et de l'artisanat dans vos travaux et au combien leur savoir-faire faisait architecture ou était architecture.
C'est très juste.
You're looking for a response or just as a comment?
Actually, that was kind of a comment.
Okay. No.
I'd love to have their thought about the practice and
Okay. No, by all means. Okay. Well, so on the basis of this
Moi,
comment,
j'adhère complètement à ce que vous dites, hein, et ça va avec ce que vous disiez sur l'effacement, je trouve.
on the basis of this comment, we can. Oh no, we can't. Salvatore, you keep it for the back.
I'll just start.
Very quick.
Okay.
Very quick.
A question to Madame Naji, pour la faire en français. Et vous aviez très rapidement dit que l'un de vos projets, le musée, a été bloqué par les islamistes. J'aimerais savoir plus, c'était quoi un parti politique d'inspiration et qu'est-ce qu'ils vous reprochent à votre modèle? Est-ce qu'il y a des moments où c'est stop et on ne peut pas interagir
On a eu au Maroc en 2016 une vague de... Bon, je pense qu'il ne faut pas les appeler islamistes, il faut plutôt les appeler réactionnaires. Voilà, ça serait plus juste. Et donc, eux, ils étaient à peu près contre tout, vous voyez. Donc, je pense que c'est aussi des cas de figure où, justement, nous, architectes, on attend. Tant mieux, heureusement qu'ils ne l'ont pas terminé pendant qu'ils étaient là. On attend, et on attend qu'il y ait un regard bienveillant qui veuille. Mais tous les projets, en fait, tous les projets qui étaient dans ce secteur de la Médina, où ils ne sont pas élus, ont été gelés. Pas simplement le mien. Parce que ce n'était pas leur électorat. Vous voyez, c'est de la politique pas très poétique.
Merci.
Sur ces notes-là, on va déjeuner. Merci. Are everyone here? Well, welcome back for the afternoon session of this first day of encounters. And we are going to start with the session that is notionally identified as connected with geography. Now, of course, many of you would wonder about the relationship between the first one on ecology and the second and the third one, this one, on geography. And what is the difference that we've been trying to put in place almost by design? It's the fact that ecology can be an abstract concept, an abstract notion, which is then applied to different territories of different scale. Whereas geography has a physical dimension and has to do with the vastness of the land, of distance. And so the idea, or the thesis, or the questions, the curiosity about it, is how one deals design-wise with geography, and particularly with the geography at the scale, which is going to be discussed in these two presentation, which will going to be given by an architect from Bangladesh, Marina Tabassum, and an architect from Australia, Hannah Robertson. I will start with Hannah because you will be presenting first. So Hannah is an architectural designer and educator, as I said, from Australia. He has multiple research interests, and these include humanitarian construction, remote area building, sustainable development, and participatory design. And she started this sort of cultivating these interests very, very early in her career. In fact, her master's thesis, Bush on a Builder, which involved collaborative self-building on homelands, Aboriginal homelands surrounding Hope Vale in Cape York in Australia, was not only completed but awarded the Royal Institute of British Architects President Dissertation Medal, now a long time ago, into 2011. Now, her subsequent PhD was based in remote northeast Arnhem Land and involved the development of theoretical framework and the design of technical systems that used appropriate technologies for building in the regions, or technologies appropriate for building in the region. And so her thesis, both at bachelor level and PhD level, have seen her embark on a very unusual architectural career that combines a socially driven and contextually responsive design and construction approach with policy making to work in and with remote communities. She's been widely published in the field, and she's been able to identify the shortcomings of urban building policy principles when applied to remote areas. By contrast, her work seeks to demonstrate how an endogenous territorial and regional resource and typology-based approach to building can contribute to the development of the local industry and the fulfillment of the contextual needs of the local community. She's an advocate of collaborative design processes when partnering with communities to tackle indigenous settlement issues. She supports the transfer of design and construction process ownership to buildings and users as a form of social empowerment. She currently lectures in construction at the University of Melbourne, and in 2022, so last year, her work with the Olkola community, which I imagine will be shown here, in Cape York, Northern Australia, was recognised by the Australian government with an Australian Research Council Early Career Research Award Fellowship, which will allow Anna to work for a significant amount of time on her research interests. On the other side, on the other quarter of the world, we have Marina Tabassum, also architect and educator, who founded Dhaka-based Marina Tabassum Architects in 2005, after working 10 years as a partner and co-founder of Urbana in Dhaka. Now, in her work, which spans from institutional to rurally remote, I'd say is a new typology, Marina Tabassum has sought to establish a language of architecture that is contemporary, yet reflectively rooted to place. As such, selection of materials and environmental strategies play a major role in the definition of the building fabric, always, I think, against an ecological rubric that contains climate, context, culture, and history. The wide portfolio work notwithstanding, Marina's practice remains consciously contained in sight and undertakes a limited number of projects per year. Tabassum architects are engaged in fair trading activities, empowering Bangladeshi women through the export of handicrafted objects, and has also initiated low-cost housing projects in villages surrounding eco-resort initiatives in southern Bangladesh. Significantly, Marina Tabassum architects invest in research work on the impact of climate change in Bangladesh, working closely with geographers, landscape architects, planners, and other allied professionals. From 2017, together with students and local craftsmen, MTA has been developing low-cost housing system for residents of the frequently flooded Ganges Delta. She's academic director of the Bengal Institute for Architectural Landscape and Settlements, which is an intellectual platform for those involved in imagining and shaping environmental futures in the region. In 2016, she was awarded the Aga Khan Award for Architecture for a wide-roof mosque in Dhaka. In 2021, she received the Soane Medal in London, the Arno Brunner Memorial Prize from the American Academy of Arts and Letters, and the Gold Medal of the French Academy of Architecture. She currently holds the Gehry Chair at the University of Toronto and has a solo exhibition at the Architecture Museum in Munich that we should all go and see. Thank you very much for being here, and I will leave the microphone to Madame Robertson.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a real honour to be here and presenting alongside such a wonderful group of women over the last day and the days to come. As Paolo mentioned, I'm a researcher from the University of Melbourne, and I'd like to share a story today about my work, which is looking at building sustainable livelihoods on country through community-led design. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the lands on which we are gathered today and the people of this place. I'd also like to acknowledge the Olkla people, who are the key and valued partner in several current projects that I am working on. I'd like to acknowledge their elders, past, present and emerging, and the inclusion of their knowledge, which is so important to this story today. I'd like to also start by just giving a little bit of context about who I am and where I am at today. So last week I was tired. Actually, I'll put that in as today I am as well. I felt run down, stressed, destabilised and disconnected from my work. I'd recently returned to work after the longest career break I've ever had following the birth of my first daughter, and in an all too familiar experience for any new parent returning to work who needs to put their child into childcare, each week for the past 3 months we've had gastro, then the flu, fevers, an ear infection, which I may have at the moment, while still patching together whatever scraps of sleep we can find. I couldn't write this presentation because I was struggling to connect with the meaning of the work. And I think this feeling of disconnection made me feel even more unsettled, because for a very long time the meaning of my work has been so fundamental to what drives me, and I was struggling to situate this meaning alongside my new role as a mother. Fortunately, last week coincided with my first visit back to Cairns since I was pregnant to conduct workshops with the Olkla traditional owners, who are the partners of the projects I work on. And as the trip approached, I was nervous about going because it would involve lots of travel and spending the first night away from my daughter. But during the visit, I reconnected with our shared purpose and the shared project vision, and the underlying values of supporting Olkla people to connect back to their country and culture on their terms. I also learnt during the visit from senior Olkla elder Uncle Mike Ross that because I had been on Alwal, Golden Shoulder Parrot country, a subsection of Olkla country, when I first went to Olkla country, I had conceived a baby girl, and that she was the third girl in as many years to have been born to women who had spent time on that land. He said he couldn't tell me the reason why, but he knew why I had conceived her and that she was a girl. And I think putting that meaning alongside my new role, I could then see that being a mother coexists actually with the other roles that I now play, and that it enriches the whole process. So to go on and tell the story about the type of work that I now do. So the context is about building in remote regions, and building in remote regions is a challenge. So building on Indigenous land in remote regions is a challenge, but through participation, partnerships, contextual responsivity and adaptability, it's not only possible but can support sustainable livelihoods and enable people to continue their connections to country. Remote regions are places with very small populations that are located far away from urban centres. Building in remote regions is a challenge because typically there are limited local markets due to the small size of the population, which means that local materials and local skilled labour can be hard to find. Added to this, there are long distances to travel to access existing material and labour markets in regional or urban centres, which increases transportation costs and embodied energy. They are also hard to access. In Australia, for instance, remote areas in the north are inaccessible by road for up to 6 months of the year due to the wet season affecting road access. And even once you build in these areas, the costs of maintenance are often really high, particularly if skilled labour or materials needs to come in from an urban centre to repair or replace building components. On Indigenous homelands in Australia, which are typically located in the most remote regions of the country, the challenges to building are even greater. Indigenous homelands are the smallest Indigenous settlement type that are located on Indigenous land recognised under either the Native Title Act or the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. Indigenous homelands play a vital role in connecting traditional owners to country, which is synonymous with culture as seen through a spiritual lens, or as seen through a spiritual lens, connecting to mother. Indigenous land is held under collective inalienable title, which means the whole traditional owner, clan or tribe own the land together and it cannot be bought or sold in perpetuity. It's a market failure context because there is no housing market. This means that the monetary exchange value of buildings, or as understood in a Western capitalist view, improvements on the land, is zero. And traditional owners cannot borrow money through traditional channels such as banks to finance new construction because no security of the investment can be assured. Added to this, Indigenous homelands are chronically underfunded by government, which has led to the highest rates of unsafe or insecure water access in Australia, poor quality and inappropriate construction, ageing infrastructure and chronic overcrowding. This means another way of building is needed that operates outside the traditional model, and another way of building on remote Indigenous land in Australia that I have developed in partnership with the communities and technical organisations I work with is done by establishing a shared vision and then affirming the vision through 4 guiding values: participation, partnerships, contextual responsivity and adaptability. Each of these principles are first applied in this order and then maintained throughout and beyond the completion of a project. I also have a particular interest in finding groups that are wanting to work on what I call catalysing infrastructures on their country as a way of overcoming the market failure challenges. And catalysing infrastructures are basically multifunctional, small-scale infrastructures that support multiple livelihood activities and then act to catalyse further economic development and security and facilitate meaningful work, which supports people to live on and connect with their country. To explain these values and how they have all come together to overcome the challenge of remote building on Indigenous homelands, I'd like to take you through the journey of the Olcala Cultural Knowledge Centre project in reference to this shared vision, and then reflect on how each of the 4 principles are applied. The Olcala people are the traditional owners of Olcala country, an extremely remote area of 860,000 hectares, which is more than double the size of the Vaud canton, in Cape York, Queensland, which is cut off by road for up to 6 months of the year during the wet season. The Olcala people only recently got their land back through a native title determination in 2014, and at the time of the handover, Olcala had 4 homeland sites across their lands. The infrastructure on these homelands was basic, mostly old cattle station housing and ancillary sheds. The Olcala people had long had a vision to build a cultural knowledge centre on their country to bring together the best of contemporary scientific knowledge with traditional Indigenous knowledge to catalyse a number of new livelihood activities that would support their people to return to living on and connecting with country. For this community-led project, the starting place was to listen. The need and aspiration for the project needed to come from the traditional owners and elders themselves and could not be externally imposed. In the case of the Cultural Knowledge Centre, the vision had long been a dream of Olcala chairman and cultural elder, Uncle Mike Ross, and it was first articulated by the Olcala Aboriginal Corporation in a design brief in 2018. The brief articulated Olcala's need for more diverse infrastructure to support their livelihood aspirations, including cultural tourism, fire abatement, which is essentially a payment for ecosystem service of carbon sequestration through traditional fire management, and scientific land management research. As Uncle Mike states, we want to use the centre for all projects recording knowledge and collecting information of the country and our culture. We want to use all the knowledge we can get of our landscape to manage country, putting together scientific information and cultural knowledge. We can do a lot in a centre based on country because you're not talking about your country, you're on country. The next step was to meet on country with Uncle Mike and other senior Olcala elders to situate the project in context in a way that was not possible in any other location, because in the words of Uncle Mike, we've got to do that based on country, not in town. You get a feeling you're right on it. In home country, it makes you feel better when you're talking about it. That's what makes Olcala country tick. We're in the heart of it. This enabled me, as a potential project partner, to not only understand the physical appropriateness of the proposed Sandy Creek site, such as its cultural neutrality, and also allow the spiritual factors of the site to emerge. The central lagoon is an ephemeral one, but as Uncle Mike yarned about his vision for the centre, he painted a picture of it permanently covered in lilies to support abundant bird life. And where we sat in this photo is under a knowledge tree, which is so important for providing not only shade, but a place of coming together and sharing stories. The yarn under the knowledge tree at Sandy Creek that day also clarified the first project partnership stage, which was to start small with an ethics and IP co-authorship agreement and a master plan for the whole Cultural Knowledge Centre scheme. To make the master plans accessible to all Olcala members distributed across Northern Australia and to potential funders, Uncle Mike articulated the need for there to be films to explain the design schemes as stories. This differed from the standard architectural schematic practice of making a drawing set and feasibility report. However, it was appropriate to Olcala people and ensured they retained direction of the process. Throughout the partnership, the process has been staged in small increments that have allowed for flexible adaptation over time. And I know that you can't read each of the stages here, so I'm zooming in now. Initially, work was progressed through university teaching from master plan to detailed engineering design over 3 consecutive teaching semesters that involved over 350 architecture and engineering students, 2 student visits to Olcala country, and 2 Olcala visits to the university to conduct participatory design workshops. This enabled the partnerships to establish with minimal funding and for project outcomes to be delivered incrementally in achievable sub-stages that aligned with Olcala's needs, as well as teaching assessment potential for a semester-long teaching offering. Participatory design involving the community has been a key feature throughout the process. For instance, during the second semester, detailed designs were developed through a recursive process of workshops, yarns on country, site walks, drawing sessions, and Zoom meetings, all with regular feedback loops. After the students, 15 different schemes were submitted to Olcala for consideration by the traditional owners and board members. They chose a design involving 2 buildings of sustainable and local rammed earth and timber that combined several functions. 1, a cultural knowledge centre to display cultural archives, conduct scientific and traditional land management research, and cooking and ablutions facilities for cultural tour visitors, and 2, a ranger base with permanent caretaker and temporary ranger and researcher accommodation. It was critical to allow time for the decision-making process to ensure all cultural approvals were sought and the decision-making had full community buy-in throughout this process. The practice of starting small has also continued throughout the project, with each project stage tackled step by step together, bringing further technical advice on board through partnerships to help as required by the project needs. For instance, student relationships evolved into an informal architecture and engineering volunteer network made up of graduates, one of whom works for Kirsten actually, that led to a formal partnership in 2021 with Arup to provide engineering design and certification. The construction process also continues to be designed in small stages. In 2021, the scheme was awarded construction funds through the Queensland Government's Growing Indigenous Tourism Queensland grant to build the Cultural Centre prototype. The prototype is effectively half of the Cultural Knowledge Centre building and comprises the cultural tourism facilities of the building, including a large covered deck area, commercial kitchen, toilets and showers. The entire building's footings, a standalone system for power access, and water access through a dual bore and tank system, so all of the services and everything had to be established at the site. In 2023, we will continue prototype construction and have been shortlisted and are currently being considered for a further grant through the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation's Our Country, Our Future scheme, which supports Indigenous land acquisition and management for funds to build the second stage, which is the ranger base. And the idea is that in the long term, we will then seek funds for the third stage to build the final part of the Cultural Knowledge Centre, which includes the exhibition spaces, a shop, archival storage. So allowing time to build relationships and genuinely include Indigenous traditional owner voices is a critical foundation of the project partnership in the construction phase as well as the design phase. During the construction of the Stage 1 prototype, the Olcala Rangers completed all site preparation works, including trenching power and water, fencing and site clearing, with the majority of the building works undertaken by Indigenous builder Zeph Walker, with help from the Olcala Rangers to source earth for the rammed earth walls. Involving the Olcala Rangers took extra time because the work was being completed alongside their existing full-time commitments as land management work, but it has continued Olcala ownership of the process throughout. At the onset of the latest wet season in December 2022, we have established power and water services and now have a roof over the prototype construction. While the prototype is effectively half of the Cultural Centre building, its smaller scale allows the chance to test and reflect on how well the new construction material systems work, including how easy they are to build and how they can include Olcala people in the process. This then allows the opportunity to reflect and learn from the process for the next project stage, and in a way that promotes continual improvement and better alignment with Olcala's needs and aspirations. The inclusion of rammed earth in the project emerged from a passion held by one of the students, Laurane French, who involved Olcala Rangers in testing and prototyping the system during the early student visits to country. Her scheme was eventually chosen by the traditional owners because the inclusion of rammed earth plays an important cultural and spiritual role, as described by Uncle Mike, as building on country with country, even though it's not a traditional construction practice in the region. It also has an important environmental benefit in that it uses an abundant local resource because the earth is only sourced from within 2 kilometres of the site, and thus limiting costly imports for the construction process. The project has also involved the development of new timber construction practices to optimise the opportunity for using local timber in the construction. So there is an abundance of local ironwood, a very dense hardwood on Olcala country, but it's only available in lengths of up to 6 metres. To achieve the required 24-metre long span of the Cultural Knowledge Centre roof, a timber I-beam was devised in collaboration with Arup that uses a system of webs and flanges and bolting plate connections to splice the shorter lengths together. This timber I-beam is then strengthened in the opposite direction by sandwiching the continuous member through the webs and then stiffening it with the flanges. It then enables the structure to have a low-depth roof profile that uses entirely local hardwood. A final allowance in the Stage 1 prototype construction is that we sought funding to pour all footings for the building for the entire cultural centre to enable Stage 3 to be easier to get out of the ground, because this is one of the most expensive parts of the construction and the one that requires the most imports with concrete and steel for the footing system. So allowing for growth extends from the construction system considerations into the growth of partnerships. Our Cultural Knowledge Centre partnership has not only grown to include a volunteer network and partnerships with Arup, it has also led to other partnerships and further partnerships and projects, including the Data Science for Sustainable Livelihoods project, which involves a partnership between Olcala, Melbourne Uni, the Centre for Appropriate Technology and Monash University, including 4 faculties. It looks at harnessing emergent technologies from Monash University, including micro-desalination, high-spec drones and virtual reality to improve land management practices. Similarly, the Getting Back on Country digital storytelling project involves a partnership between Olcala and 3 faculties at Melbourne University. It emerged directly out of the Cultural Centre project when we were discussing, well, what's going to go into the Cultural Centre? Olcala are seeking to have their artefacts and archives that were stolen from their country repatriated, and then to create a new digital experience for sharing these artefacts and cultural story places in culturally appropriate ways for tourists, but more importantly, to make them accessible to Olcala traditional owners who may be elderly or have disabilities, which prevents them from being able to travel really remotely, as a way of enabling them to still continue to connect with country. So, for instance, with the digital storytelling project, we have also spent time on country documenting the Nukakura cultural story place, using partnerships to bring new technologies, including drones, photogrammetry, 360-degree VR cameras, and microphones to document the stories of the Nukakura story place in Old Cole and English, in active participation and collaboration with the traditional owners. Olcala are co-creating the sort of stories and the types of digital technologies they want to use to tell them into these new experiences. This includes 360-degree video that can be exhibited at the Cultural Centre and can create actual lived-in physical experiences for visitors that are attending that place, as well as mobile portable VR viewers that can be sent to Olcala traditional owners to access these experiences remotely so that they can continue connecting to their country. It also includes a citizen science component that enables Olcala rangers to collect 3D data that can be used to create a database of Olcala artefacts, including natural elements like these termite mounds, which house the totem alwal golden shoulder parrot species, which can then be used to become holographic experiences using AR. And again, these can be shared at the Cultural Knowledge Centre for cultural tourism, but also, and more importantly, for Olcala traditional owners. So in bringing these 4 principles together, participation is really about being inclusive from the beginning and throughout, listening and responding to identified needs, allowing time for participatory design, allowing time for the decision-making processes, co-authoring and ensuring traditional owner IP in ethics and research agreements is recognised. We co-author all of the academic research outputs that come out of the project. And the second part about partnerships is recognising that you can't do everything alone. Partnerships enable you to share the load. They enable a greater capacity by working together, and they distribute the reliance of seeking services and products from multiple avenues. Partnerships also involve technical expertise, and they don't have to be reliant on money, which is really important when establishing these kind of projects, as it takes a while to get funding to get these things up and happening. And a key to the partnerships is about regular communication and opportunities for that. Contextual responsivity is about responding to place, needs and aspirations, using local resources, factoring in cultural overlays and cultural approvals, staging the process in line with the available resources, and seeking funding according to function. In that way, you can break it down to make it achievable. And then finally, 4, adaptability is about allowing time for relationships to develop, allowing time for the decision-making. There is some overlap with these principles, by the way. Allowing time for inclusion in construction and delays in procurement caused necessarily by the remoteness, and allowing for growth of systems and partnerships. And it's also about celebrating the small wins along the way. We've been working on the Cultural Knowledge Centre project since October 2018 together. It's been a long process and we're still in the early days of construction. And so it's a long-term time, and being able to find those opportunities to celebrate the stages along the way gives the partnership verve and momentum to keep going. Thank you.
Oops, I get bitten by that. Okay, so should we just get this out?
Yes.
So thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. What I would like to do is start with a small film. I know it's after lunch, though I haven't had the opportunity to have one, but it would be nice to kind of start with a small film. This film is at the moment is showing in the Desert Biennale, which is in Palm Springs, Coachella Valley in California. So I was invited to participate as an artist or architect, however, since all the things were too much in terms of putting something in the desert, we thought it's better to make a film of the works that we do. So this is basically a film on an architect who also happens to be a girl, working in a very remote area, building house. So it's basically one house that's getting built by her with her team of the locals, and including the homeowner. So I'd just like to start with that, and then we can go into a conversation.
가고 싶어. 네.
Right, so basically this shows in many ways, to some extent, what should I do? So this is one of our projects that we do through our foundation. And today I basically didn't want to focus on our architecture practice, but rather the foundation where we work on. So this is a foundation that we created. Can I do this? Thanks. Okay. Oops, I don't know, your computer, it's just not mine. I wish, yeah, so let's just, yeah. Can we have the presenter's view? All right, perfect, thanks. Right, so though it's my office's name, Marina Tabassum Architects, and I've been in practice for 28 years now. We're doing different kind of projects, but at the moment, this time, especially this time around, I thought within 18 minutes, 9 minutes is already gone, but we're hoping that this is just a wake-up thing, all right? My 18 minutes starts now. So the idea was to showcase the works that we're doing in our foundation. So I'll try to go very quickly, answering the questions that Paulo wanted us to answer: what, why, and how. So what? Basically, especially for this talk, I'm focusing on one of the major concerns of our time, displacement. And when we talk about displacement in Bangladesh, we have several kinds of displacement. One that we just saw, building of a house, is one of the responses of that displacement. So we have internal displacement, where people are moving from one location to another. We call them IDPs nowadays. They're migrating within the country. They're climate migrants, they're economic migrants, they're opportunity migrants. So this is due to many different reasons, and we all know why. We have cross-border displacement also. We have refugees in the country. Obviously, besides refugees, we also have asylum seekers, migrants, stateless people. These are certain realities which are becoming much more predominant of our time. So these kind of displacement, as architects, how do we make ourselves available to these different kind of needs? So why do we focus on this, or let's say why these kind of displacements are happening? There could be many more. Whatever just came to my head, I just wrote it down yesterday evening. So war, conflict, economic disparity, geographical challenges, climatic challenges, invisibility in the system, lack of opportunity, hope for a better life, lack of food, education, health, hunger. So basically marginalization in many ways. And why are we doing this, or why are we talking about this as architects? Because a lot of, there are such marginalization that we see in especially in Bangladesh in many ways, that you always feel that somebody needs to do something. So that's the thing, someone has to do something. The government has different plans. Prime Minister has her own fund through which she tries to house homeless and landless people, but quite often it doesn't go to the right person. So how do you reach out to the people who are absolutely in need? So within this realm of architecture, what are the possibilities? So that's what was our main concern, and that's the reason we started the foundation. So how do we do this? Being there on the ground. So as you see, architects need to be there on the ground, in many ways being in the front line. Collaborative research to understand the problems in multidisciplinary ways. In many ways, what Hannah was talking about, I think it's in the same line as we do also. So it's a multidisciplinary approach, process-driven from the very beginning to the end, addressing the challenges of a people-centric way for impactful responses. Solutions need to come from the people. We support with the knowledge, skill, and our training of architecture. Integration of the local government is also, again, another point. And one other thing is also partnership with other agencies who are also doing similar kind of work, especially in livelihood. Since we are doing architecture, it's always good to have a partner who's doing livelihood. Where does the funding come from? Because that's one of the major issues in our case. Our office has a small research fund where we constantly try to replenish with different sources, whatever fund we can get from different places, whatever fee we get for all our projects, a certain percentage goes into the research fund. We also seek donor grants for research and implementation. We do have some funding through which we are building the houses. And of course, we have individual donations also. And for this reason, we created this foundation we call Foundation for Architecture and Community Equity, or in small FACE Bangladesh. So basically through that, we are working on it. So just to give you a small background, since we are talking about geography, so Bangladesh is located it's a delta. It's one of the largest deltas in the world, in the Ganges Delta. And if you see, this is about 20 years of data, how the river moves. And as you can see, that the rivers are constantly shaping and reshaping themselves. And while doing so, they create these sand beds in the middle of the river. And what you saw in the film is actually those large sand beds where landless people are living. And our job is to reach out to them and to be able to provide them with a certain way of living, which they do not have. They live off the land, basically. So on the ground, if you see why these things, so in a way it needs to be understood in terms of geography that, what happens is we have this enormous glacial melt that comes down from the Himalayas that goes through these large water bodies like our rivers, the Ganges, Brahmaputra, Meghna. And during the monsoon season, when we have heavy rain, this water current becomes enormous. And since it's a delta, it's fragile soil, it's constantly eroding. And as you can see, it has eroded many land and made many people landless and homeless. So these people generally move either to the cities or small towns, or they move to these sand beds where they can temporarily find refuge and habitate these spaces. They try to grow different kind of crops which can be grown on sand beds, and also they are fishing as for their livelihood. So in these areas, especially where this land erosion happens, you'll find these kind of houses which are locally built, vernacular houses, which are basically wooden frame structure, and then we have this corrugated sheet. The idea is that the house can be moved from one location to another. So whenever there is a possibility of land erosion, people generally take their houses down, and they take it to a different location, to a safer place. So, there are markets where you can buy these houses. So this is one of those markets where you can find these. So this is how the buildings are constructed. It has a structure of a wooden structure, and then we have, so you can take it down, put it on a boat or a cart, and move it to a safe location. So this is how it's built. But these houses cost about $4,000 to $5,000 US, which the people who are living in the sand bed, especially the landless people, cannot afford. And Bangladesh, as you know, is one of the countries which are facing the sea level rise. We have an enormous amount of sea level rise that's already happening. There is a change in ecology, there's change in biodiversity. These areas, especially in the coastal areas, these areas never used to flood, but nowadays it floods a lot. And so basically, people and their livelihood are very much under threat. And so people who are living in these shores, while we were doing some research on the coastal areas, we did an extensive research on the coastal area and how this whole movement of land happens. While doing so, we met all these sandbed dwellers. And for that reason, you know, from the very moment when we met them in these places where they live, and they basically live with a tin-shaded roof and tall grass walls in a very fragile state. No proper particular houses because they know they have to move at some point because the land doesn't belong to them. So we thought, is it possible to come up with some sort of an idea where you can create something of a structure which can be given to people, or at least a sort of a notion of a house which can be, you know, can facilitate them in a way of living. And it's basically the way we designed it, as you can see in this structure here. It's a space frame structure, very basic, with a bamboo as its structural support, and we have steel joints or connectors which connects them, and then we have this sheeted roofing so that it's easier for them to take it with them when they have to go or move to a different location. And basically the facades, they can make it with anything, whatever material they can. So the first structure, I mean, so this is the idea. We thought that this could be an interesting idea to take it to different people. The ideas were, as I said, that there has to be 2 levels, because when there is flooding, they can move to the upper level. It needs to be lightweight so that it's easily, they can take it out easily. So easy to assemble, disassemble, locally sourced material, low in cost, intervention into the vernacular. That was one of the most important part of our whole research, that it needs to be an intervention into the already existing vernacular system. And of course, cultural appropriation include the community in the process and knowledge sharing. And so cost was a major issue. And the first work, the first one that we built, let's just go through some of the illustrations we had in the beginning. We thought this could become a community where you can house these people together, you know, like all these communities together, and if there is a flooding, they can move to the upper level. And this is a structure that they can also take with them to the cities if necessary, so that it can be, so it's basically a mobile modular structure. That's what we were thinking. So in 2020, while we were in lockdown and we had this COVID situation, office works were quite minimal at that time. So we started working on this project. So this was our first prototype that we built in Dhaka, and built by these 2 architects, as you can see here. So architects as builders, that's how we do it mostly. So this was the first house which we built with $250 US dollars. And then now it's becoming a little bit more expensive. Now the houses that we built, including our transport and labor cost, it costs about $450 US dollars. So once we built that during 2020, we decided to take it to this land where people generally live. And you can see these are the sand beds in the middle of the river. So from Dhaka, you need to take a boat like that in the middle, which takes you to the mainland in the coastal areas. And from the coastal area, you need to take another boat, which is a smaller boat, to go to a place like this in the middle of the rivers. And so that's the sand bed, as you can see in elevation, and that's where people generally live. So this is one of the sand beds where we built our first house, you can see over there. And these are basically sand beds, which has gone through maybe 4 to 5 years of time. So now they can cultivate them, and so they can live on it. And if you see the river is up there, it's almost like an ocean where you see the horizon, that's the river. So that's the extent of the river that we have, actually. So we built several houses, especially from our own research fund. And this is like a 2-module structure, so you can, it's like a scalable thing, so you can make a single module, double module. And all the projects that we built in these sand beds were built by architects. So these are architects who went to the site, and you must understand that there is no running water, no electricity, no toilet, nothing whatsoever. So you have to, it's a basic sustenance where architects need to go and kind of make themselves available to be able to build. So we built about 4 houses in this location. So these are some of our first houses. The idea is that once we build a structure, which is quite sturdy and withstands the lateral load of the wind and doesn't require a lot of foundation, it could be very shallow foundation. And the idea was that the entire community, especially the homeowners, will take part in the construction process so that there is a sense of ownership. And at the same time, we build part of it, and so they basically take part in terms of equity. And also, the building, we do not entirely finish it. The plinth is done by them, and the facades and anything basically is for them to kind of come and finally build. So like here, as you can see, these are the facades that they're building with grass that grows in these lands. So it's all made out of grass. So, so that's what it looks like with the grass as a facade material. So trying to source material as much as possible from the location. So once we built these about 4 or 5 structures in these areas, we were able to get a grant from the Swiss government, by the way, to build about 100 houses. And so we are building these 100 houses now. So one of our site is along this area that you see like a finger. So these lands are all man-made lands in the middle of the river. Not really river, these are water retention areas. So this area, which is more to the north of Bangladesh, borders with India. And India, especially in the Meghalaya region. And in Meghalaya, if you know, the highest rainfall area is Cherrapunji. And from Cherrapunji, all the rainwater that comes down gets collected in these areas in Bangladesh. So people get flooded every year. So all the rainfall comes and collects. And these man-made sort of embankments are where all the villages are located. So basically, this is where people generally live. So what we do is we have a brochure which we take to the people. So people, and then the architects basically go and talk to the local villagers, and then telling them about the idea about the house, that, you know, if we have 2 levels, if there is flooding, flash flooding especially, you can always move to the upper level while the flood water is there, and then you can save yourself and your family and your belongings. And so basically, it's a sort of a conversation that goes on. We also do mapping and a lot of community engagement. We try to make models with them so that they have an understanding of this whole structure. We have exhibitions. We have local carpenters who we try to also educate in terms of giving them lessons on how to construct. And then once we have, we basically work with the community. The community decides who the homeowners will be, because we cannot build the entire village. So we have like 10 to 15 houses that we generally build in a location to be able to see how people act to it, how they react to it, how they accept it, adapt to it, and also how the buildings adjust to the location. So basically, based on that, we have built many of these houses in this location. So this is when there is no water, especially during our dry season, when we don't have any rain. These areas become large areas of farmland, mostly paddy fields, rice cultivation. And that's one of our houses over there. And that's the same house when the entire area becomes flooded with water. And generally, it also goes down. So, so all these houses are kind of, was the first ones that we built in this area. Later on, people basically covered it. It's almost a year. It has gone through a year. After we finished these houses, this entire area went through one of the largest flooding of its time. It's actually, within 20 years, we haven't seen this kind of flood. But the houses were able to withstand the flood, and people were able to save themselves and moving to the upper level. So later on, when you go and see, you see that they have actually occupied the lower level also. They have made it much more. You can see that they have their clothing as hangers, and they have now tried to start occupying these spaces. The upper levels are mostly where they sleep at night, and you can see how the waters are on that other photo. So this structural system, which we developed with these bamboo and steel joints, also came quite useful while we were working in the refugee camp, So you know Bangladesh houses more than 1 million refugees from Myanmar. So these are the Rohingya refugees. So I'll go very quickly to show you some of the projects that we have done. So this is the refugee camp. As you can see, it's one of the densest refugee camps in the world. And so, so that's the map of the entire camps. There's about 34 camps altogether. And some places are more dense than the other. And so, again, when we were asked by World Food Programme to do certain projects in the refugee camps, we started with the same idea of building these structural systems. So the first thing was to build a house for ourselves so that we can go and occupy this place. So this was our first community sort of engagement, hands-on building workshop, through which we build our own house where we generally go and stay. So this area where the refugees are staying is actually forest land. And so to house the refugees, a lot of the forest land had to be cleared to make shelters. And so our house is right outside the refugee camp area, so that's where we generally live. And this is basically the same khudibari that we've been giving to the people in the chores or in the sandbeds that you've seen. Ours just have three module structure, so there are 3 modules in it. We have an upper floor where we generally sleep at night, and the lower levels are mostly during the day we work. So here you can see the 2 levels. And so so basically, the first thing was to build it because we wanted to also understand what it feels like to live in a khudibari. When you give it to people, it's also better to have your own one for yourself. So it's quite comfortable as far as we can see. It's easier with the thatch roof because it's much more cooler. But it's always a question that when you have corrugated sheet, does it make it too much heat generating or not? But we've seen it that since it has open windows on both sides, the hot air generally passes, so it doesn't become so hot. So the same way we do our projects with the communities, this is the same way we also do projects with the refugees, where we engage with the refugees while we are designing these different kind of projects. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go very fast to show you the projects that we have built. So this is a women-led community center where it's basically for women and designed with the same structural system. In the refugee camps, we have restriction of materials, so you can only use bamboo as a material because it's temporary. So because of the temporary nature, and also you cannot have a heavy foundation, so it has to be very lightweight foundation. Maximum you can go is not even 1 meter, half a meter for foundation. And so these structural system that we developed really worked well for this project. So as you can see, we have 2 levels. The upper level is for women to occupy. The lower level is where they have different kind of sessions, psychosocial counseling. And so this is the upper floor. And similar kind of projects we've also built with the host community. So the host communities are actually Bangladeshis who live in that area that's surrounding the camps, the refugee camp, because people also who were Bangladeshis living in that area, their life and their livelihood also suffered because of the reason of the refugees' sudden occupation. Their land was taken from them to occupy. So there are women farmers that also is a kind of a livelihood program of the World Food Programme. So we built some of these structures for them. These are markets, actually, aggregation centers, where generally women bring their fresh produce and they sell these fresh produce in the ground floor, as you can see here. So this becomes marketplace, and the upper floor is where generally also the women occupy for themselves. So yeah, I think I will finish, but before I do that, I just want to say that these are the team that works with us. We have landscape architect, we have community architects who only engage with communities. We have builders as architects, so architects are taking on different kind of roles, not just being architects only. Yeah, so I think these are something I feel is very important nowadays when we teach our students that, how to become a frontline architect. Physical fitness is absolute necessity. You have to be physically fit. You have to have the basic skills, how to cook your own food. And so nowadays when we hire architects, the first thing I ask is not your portfolio, tell us how good a cook are you. So, I think those are very important skills. Skills of connecting with people, which is absolute necessity and very important. You need to know how to connect. And there are certain skills. Skill and knowledge of hands-on construction, knowledge on socio-cultural anthropology, which I feel is an absolute necessity. Knowledge of psychosocial behavior. And these are the places where we always feel when we work with people and certain things happen, we feel that there are certain things that are missing in this whole equation of our training as architects. So I'll keep it to that. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking too much time. Okay.
So we move from ecology to geography and back. Are there any initial comments, remarks, questions that anyone would like to ask? Because if not, I will ask one thing then. This time I had it ready. Okay, so it's me now. In your work, oh, no, look, you start.
Thank you. Thank you for your great presentations. And I was just talking with Claudia that we have a lot of similarities, even though we're everywhere in the world. So my question is, how do you, if you're doing this type of work, going really far and trying to get there, how do you manage to work with all these, the builders, obviously, as you said, it's really interesting at the last part where the knowledge that they have to have and that, but, really being able to go there and stay there and live there for a long time, no? How do you manage doing, your practice? I know that you're starting being a mother, so how do you imagine you're going to do it now? Because you said that you just started. Going really far away and going back and, having all this team and preparing this team to be gone for more time and coming back.
I think it's evolving, and certainly I've lived in Cape York before, so about a decade ago had spent time working at a policy institute actually, and that was after I'd done my master's thesis, which emerged out of doing a volunteer placement. So I sort of come back and forth and have gone back and forth to this region for over a decade. But I found that my family and my community were in a different place. They were in Melbourne. They weren't in that place, even though I had a strong connection there. So it was more sustainable for me to be based back in Melbourne. But I've continued to go back up and spend time. But in order to do the types of projects, and now that they're getting bigger as well, it's about the partnerships. And so one of the key partners that we have on the Cultural Knowledge Centre project is Centre for Appropriate Technology. And they are based in Cairns. There's actually one person who is that office, Andre, and he was a key person when I went on leave. He kind of stepped in and took over my role last year when I was on maternity leave. And I think that partner is really important. His kind of background is in sustainable development, and in particular in service delivery. And so he has the technical expertise around the power and the water kind of systems and appropriate technologies. And in fact, that partnership is something that we're going to continue building on and looking at creating a network around technology on country, and that's probably the long-term direction that the research will take. And that will probably bring in a way of having an on-the-ground partner who can connect with the communities regularly, being the Centre for Appropriate Technology, and then an institutional partner like myself, someone who's based at the university who can act as a facilitator to connect with others there. But by working together, we can achieve that process. But at the same time, it's still about going up very regularly, and in 2021 was the last time I spent a long time up on country, and it was during the lockdowns in Melbourne, which were really long, and I went and spent 2 weeks in hotel quarantine in Brisbane in order to get up to Cairns for another further 3 weeks. I've tried to go back again to Auckland country in September last year, but my daughter ended up in hospital the night before we could go, so that didn't happen. And I think it's a bit of a humbling process at the moment, trying to work out what I thought I could do and what now seems to be possible at this point in time. But what I'm noticing as well is that it's changing rapidly. And one of the things that does work quite well with this is that family is a very important part of the culture of the Indigenous partners that I work with, and in fact bringing that in is not only an accepted thing but something that's very much welcomed, which makes the decision making around how to do it a lot easier as well. Yeah.
Right, for us we have teams, several teams that goes to different places. I visit occasionally, but I'm there also. But what we have is we have architects who are actually builders also, so they basically have the knowledge of building. And this is something we had to cultivate and grow over time. And so basically that, and then the girl you saw in the film, she's a builder herself. And so we have a team of architects, engineer, and carpenters, and then basically they go there. The sandbed that you see, that every morning they were going to build this house, it took them about 3 hours to reach that location, build, and then come back. Another 3 hours of walking back to the place where they could find a place to stay. So they're generally staying not in the chor, especially now that they're chor meaning these sandbeds. In our own language we call it chor. So since there was no electricity, there was nothing, they needed to also be in touch with us. They found a place which is close by, like a remote village, again a village, but they could stay there and then every morning they would go. But now they have electricity in that area, so now they can start. So the next stage is to make a house for themselves to stay in, which later on we will give it to the community as a community center. So the idea is generally to build a house which is occupied by the architects. When we are finished with our work, we come back and that belongs to the people. So that's how we generally work. But since there was no electricity, and quite often these sandbeds do not have any electricity, and so that becomes a problem because they need to charge their drill machines, they need to charge their phones and all that. So, so basically that's how we're doing it. But it's so remote, these areas. Nobody goes there, not government, no NGOs, nobody goes. So, but they also require the same kind of living environment that the others have. At least that's a right to have a good house to live in.
Thank you for your presentation. Because Anna Robertson showed us some digitalization, some 3D Google, that might be considered as high tech. I would have like to have your point of view of what you showed us as the first project and what you, Marina, Tabassum, showed us. Because to me, being able to have a design that is understandable from anyone, to be able to simplify that design in order to have the less material possible, the possibility of carrying it and everything is, in my sense, a very high technology. So I'd like to have your point of view on that.
I can go. I mean, that's to me, it's not high technology at all. Once you make people understand how to just assemble the joints, and we have these models, it's very easy. They immediately learn it. It's just almost like a puzzle solving. So it's very easy to do. The reason for having the steel joints is because, you know, it has to withstand a lot of water pressure, it has to withstand the wind load, and also it's easy to disassemble, and you can leave the bamboo, because bamboo grows a lot in our countries, so you can get, you've seen that they're basically sourcing bamboo from that location. So it's very easy to find bamboo. So all you need to do, if you need to move, you can just take these steel joints with you, nothing else, just the steel joints and the tin sheets that you have. You can go anywhere and get some bamboo and start rebuilding your house. So that was the idea, that you can, it needs to be very easy to assemble and disassemble. So once it becomes knowledge, and quite often the houses are, you know, once they have the facades on all sides, it looks like a regular vernacular house. You don't see the structure at all. So the structure kind of gets hidden between the facades. So it's like a regular vernacular house that generally people live in. So that one idea for us was, when we were working on this, that even though the structural system is a space frame system actually, but once you build the whole house, it should not be too different, especially since there is a mental construct, a cultural construct of a house, what it looks like. And quite often, if it doesn't fit the same kind of visual idea of it, people do not accept it. So, you know, one major reason for us to retain that identity, cultural identity of a vernacular house, was because we are trying to make an intervention into the vernacular. So that's the reason. The structure needs to be rigid, and it requires very little foundation. You don't need any foundation. If you just leave it there, it will stand. But, you know, since you need to anchor it to the ground because of the wind force and everything, we do a very small foundation. But once you need to move, this is about mobility. So I think mobility was one of our major concerns. And it's very easy to do, because you just need to plug it in and then just put the screws in the place, and that's it. Your structure is ready for your, you know, occupation.
If I may, I think I have been misunderstood. What I was saying is trying to do sample, or to look sample, is maybe the most complex things. And so I was very impressed by your work, because actually, both of your work, because actually, yeah, it's very optimized architecture in order for everyone to be able to build it by their own. And to me, that's architecture in a sense that is not low tech, like it's not less, it's actually more to do very simple things.
And I had a chance to think a bit more about that question while you were answering, and I think part of it is about not necessarily choosing only low-tech solutions, but appropriate technology solutions, and that means you can include high-tech solutions. In the context of the digital storytelling projects and the sustainable livelihoods of land management projects that specifically use high-tech technologies, that's come from the Oakla traditional owners, because they did a Microsoft incubator program where they were exposed to a number of different technologies that made them think about things they would like to do on their country using these technologies. And then they would ask me, well, can we do this? And I would say, I don't know, because I don't know how to use that technology. But what I could do was facilitate a partnership to connect with people that would be able to work with them to do that. And so I think it's about trying to explore whether those technologies are appropriate. Sometimes they won't be as well, but through the process of going through that design, you can explore different things that work, and the prototyping is really important for that too. By prototyping, we can test what does and doesn't work. We've come across some things that have been challenging in the way that we've designed the initial stage, that as we finalise the next stage, the ranger base at the moment, we've had to revise a few things to go, okay, we need to simplify this a little bit and, or, you know, learn from what didn't work as well about the previous stage. And one of the examples of that is that we hit rock quite quickly on the site and needed to come up with a workaround solution for the footings, which we're now trying to address with a flexible footing system for the next stage.
Okay, so I will ask. No, okay, sorry, my life.
A very simple question. I do not know if I'll have an answer. In both process that you have set up to find out a prototype, this is the same for you. Did you have a very important and specific mistake you did, which could be maybe very important for you to finalize the prototype that you showed? So which mistake was very, very heavy for you both in the process, if there was one?
I don't think there was any mistake as such. We improvised the design over the time. So basically the first was a very basic space frame. We know it works because from our structural knowledge, we know that it would work. We built it with bamboo. The steel joints were much more heavier. So over time, we knew that, you know, you don't need this. So through this process, we were able to reduce the steel joint sizes. Now, you know, steels are becoming more expensive. So at the moment, our houses are costing about $450. So we've tried to reduce the size of this, that, and then we had to have a extensive study of the bamboo, like which are the structural bamboo. There's so many different varieties of bamboos out there. So the structural bamboo had to be found, and so that's one. In terms of if you really ask me about mistakes, I think one is about treating bamboo, how to treat them properly in a natural process, not to use chemicals in that sense. That was one of the major things. So that's where we had to do a lot of trial and error, and finally we've been able to sort of find a way of treating bamboo naturally. So that's one. One thing we were, I must say that through the process, I would say the most, wouldn't say difficult, but where we lacked knowledge was how do you deal with people? You know, you go with an idea where, you know, they're not waiting for you to bring up your idea, right? You're just going and intervening in their regular life. And so we have an idea of, okay, this is our projection, this is our schedule, we'll build these houses, we'll build, let's say 20 houses within 2 months' time. We have the resources, we have the people, we have everything ready. But people are not ready. So you have to get the people ready. It takes time. You know, any kind of intervention, especially when you're working with people, it is a long process. You cannot do it in a day or two. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't go by your schedule. It's always about their own schedule because they're living a life, and you're sort of trying to fit yourself and your ideas within that time limit. So in a way, I think that's where we kind of miscalculated what time it would take for us to build. But once you get into the process, you've done some, and they have an idea, they like the idea, they accept it, then it becomes much easier. So the initial process, wherever we go, because these are different locations, it's not like one single location. The entire Bangladesh is a story of different kinds of waters. It's not just river, it's not just sandbeds, it's not just water retention, ponds. These are so many different kind of water hydrological system that wherever you go, you have to, you know, it's like you start from zero in many ways. Quite often we also show them the films, you know, we have our projector, we make a nice little film session, everybody loves films. So we show them the films that we've built elsewhere, so they already get some idea, but you know, it takes time. So that's where I think that was one of our learning experience. And we also act as, to some extent, not anthropologists, but we should have the knowledge of how this whole socio-cultural anthropology really works. So those knowledges, I think, are very important to be integrated in our education system.
I think it's an interesting one, and I think the way you framed it then is the way that I would look at mistakes. I look at them as learning experiences, I think, because we have certainly had a lot of learning experiences along the way. Basically this project started from wanting to work together on something with no resources, no financial resources attached to it. There was an opportunity to involve students, and so we began at that point, and it continued and it grew. And when it came to apply for the first round of funding through the Growing Indigenous Tourism Queensland Fund, you could apply for up to $1 million. So this is not a low-cost building, what we're doing, and it's actually not a small-scale catalysing infrastructure anymore. It's quite a big-scale building. And basically when we applied for that funding, we did so at a stage in the design where it hadn't really been drawn up to a full completion, you know, because we hadn't had the partnership established at that point. So when we did get awarded the funds, a lot of time has actually elapsed since we were awarded the funds, and now we're still finishing the completion of the building. That time's been important, and it's been important not to put the pressure around finishing it quicker, but we've also seen massive escalation in costs as a result of COVID and supply chains, as well as inflation that's happening in Australia. And so we've had some cost escalation challenges. We learned from that in going for the funding for the Stage 2 Ranger Base, in that we've got a more polished design at the point that we're doing we've put the funding application together. And we also requested a small amount of seed funding from the funder to say we really want a quantity surveyor involved, because we've already got the learnings from our prototype about what the actual costs are, and we now have more of a knowledge around what that might be, and we can factor in an escalation cost with the view that hopefully it's more accurate for the next stage. So it's just an example of like how we have learnt things along the way that have had implications in terms of trying to manage things with the project. But yeah, they're learning experiences.
Yep. Thank you. Very, very beautiful speech, and very intellectual thinking and practice from different regions, different contexts. And I think both are also engaging with education. So my question to Hannah is that when you bring students to this indigenous countryside, how do you see it's the process of learning and making the architecture, but what about the indigenous wisdom in terms of a cultural heritage? Is there part of your teaching or education structure or entire practice structure? And I'm thinking about this, how this actually, it's not just, within architectural discussion, it's more anthropological, and it's amazing to see, very inspiring to see that both of you are taking multiple roles to engage with the different issues, challenges. So that would be my question to Hannah, and my question to Marina is that it's very, and these houses are temporary structure, right? Because of the flood, is there any possibility to look into integrating a building with other structure or infrastructure? For example, I know there's this project, I was looking for that actually. There's a project called Floating Schools in Bangladesh for students, school kids to have class in the boat instead of a fixed building. So is there any possibility to integrate with all these different type of structure or infrastructure, which, I mean, if the water really goes up one day, we will probably be, all of us, or most of us, will be living in water. So maybe it's also a turn to think about the way how we change, how we live on this planet. I mean, it's just a concern, maybe in the crisis ahead of time. But thank you.
In terms of the teaching and the cultural kind of awareness and teaching, it's not my place to be the teacher of the cultural knowledge. That comes from the traditional owners that we partner with. But what I do before I take any students out on country is bring in an Indigenous teacher to provide cultural awareness training. There is quite, broadly speaking, there's growing awareness now about Indigenous culture in Australia, but it's in its early stages, and I think there's still a long way to go for our students to consider about understanding different communities, learning how to listen, learning that knowledge is imparted to you in a way that's earned, not just in a way that you can expect to be shared and to gain that knowledge. And then when we go out on country, one of the first things we do is there's a welcome to country and a warming on country that the traditional owners do. And the way we organise the trip together is that it begins with some more informal getting to know each other by going out to some different sites across Auckland country. And the traditional owners are amazing and share stories about those places. But I think it's also a bit of a way of getting to know each other and if there's anything that comes up around the way people are asking questions, it's a chance to kind of check in and, make sure that it's culturally appropriate before we then, continue the process. And it's a staged process as well. Students are typically in Australia concerned about saying the wrong thing because there is a tradition in Australia because of colonialisation of a lot of damage that's been done to Indigenous communities. And I think as non-Indigenous people, and most of the students I teach are non-Indigenous, some are Indigenous, that there's complex layers around that kind of, sense of identity and how you go about engaging. And so part of it is actually about empowering students to realise they're working alongside other people. They're obviously coming from a different culture, but as long as we listen and go in with some of those, basic values around, like the things you were talking about psychosocial awareness and, decency and things like that. I think one of the things we start by doing is we all have a cultural background, no matter what it is, and being aware of yourself first and foremost is a good way to start engaging with another culture, whatever culture that is. And I think that's part of the teaching as well, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of floating, we have floating schools, hospitals. We also have hospitals which are floating, so they go from one location to another location where these are remote locations where people do not have the facilities for hospitals. So health, education, those things are quite often possible. In terms of houses, we haven't tried the floating house yet because, house is something, a dwelling is something people have to accept to be able to live in it, right? So there are a lot of research that's going on in terms of how you can make your building float, how it can sort of adjust to the level of water and everything, much more technological also challenges. But at the moment, we are working with with the people who are marginalized and actually facing a housing crisis because of their movement, because they need to move from one location to another, and because they don't have the land and they're basically homeless. And so the primary idea was how you can address that first, in a way. But definitely as the sea level is rising, and we are expecting about almost 2 meters sea level rise by 2050, 2060 almost. So which is quite a lot, and which is, you can already see the saltwater system is slowly penetrating into our sweetwater system, so basically the ecology is changing. We have this mangrove forest, which is also, again, very much under threat. And so there are all these things that are happening. So we have to eventually think about how to kind of create these dwellings, which is probably will have to be either on stilts or on floating devices. But it has to be something as I mean, from my own experience, since we've been working with people, people have to accept it. You know, a lot of things have been tried actually, but it's all about acceptance. How much do they accept? So it has to be dialogue through sort of coming together and creating a solution. I think we cannot just go there and suggest something. It needs to grow from that need. And once the need comes, probably it would be easier, I think. Yeah.
Well, can I sort of interject in this then? But given that, particularly for the housing units, the emergency units, there is a need for performance. A need for performance, for technical performance of the structural frame, for example. What is the latitude for adapting that performance to subjective preferences? So isn't there a point after which what you are proposed has to stay, lest to actually lose the privileges that are embedded into that product?
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is this is a constantly evolving system. That's how we see it. So we are kind of building them, and then slowly we're hoping that, you know, people will, you know, this is an idea that's being implemented, and the way we've seen things happen is that people take these ideas and they start to create their own. So that's why I call it an intervention, because the moment it becomes knowledge, it becomes, let's say, a local knowledge, then it becomes much more easier for people to then take that idea and then improvise and make it their own. And that's what we are hoping to do. It's not, I cannot solve the problem of housing in Bangladesh. It's as an architect, that's also not my scope in many ways. It's just not a possibility. We don't have that much fund or even the ability to do it. But what we can do is we can have ideas which we know will work, and sort of interject that into the common knowledge, share that, and develop the skills of people, carpenters, even local people, because people generally build their own houses themselves. So if you can give that knowledge to people, if that's, I mean, that would probably be as much as I would want to get out of this, really.
Okay, I'm convinced. Anyone else? Yes.
Concerning the flooding again, the thing is, I believe the solution right now corresponds to current situation. But if the flooding is like stay for a longer time, then people have no way to feed themselves. So actually they have to move, I would say. And so there's no point of finding a way to stay there if you have no soil in order to have agriculture and food, no?
Well, you know, people generally move. They don't stay in one location because these sandbeds are not fixed. They get washed away over a period of time, actually. But, you know, there are times, it depends on how long the sandbed stays. A sandbed can stay 20 years, 30 years, or it can wash away within, let's say, 2 years or 3 years. So people generally do not move until 4 years a sandbed has been steady. And so after 4 years, they generally move in. By that time, a lot of ecology just takes place, like there are birds coming in, there are crabs, you see different like fish that starts to grow around that area. You'll see these tall grass that starts to grow. So there is an ecology that starts to happen. And once that happens, people generally then go and occupy, because these are not owned by anybody. It's not owned by government. It's not owned by any, so there is no land ownership. These are sandbeds. Nobody owns them. So it's easier for them to go and start living there because they don't have land. And so once they do that, they start to cultivate. And there are lots of crops that you can grow in sand, actually. So that's how they start the whole process of livelihood. They grow cucumber, they grow peanut, chili, all these kind of crops you can grow from sand, even watermelons. So basically, that's how they start to live off the land. And then, but they know that this is a transitory situation. And so they have to move. So basically, to have a system or a house that they can take along with them, dismantle it and take it, and that would probably be the best way to give at least the children a proper way to live, which they do not have at this moment. So that's what our idea was, actually.
And I think on this incredible response, we should actually get up, get some coffee, and get ready for the next one. Thank you very much.
Allô? Ok.
Well, welcome back to the last of our 4 encounters for today. And this is going to be one which is notionally related to the notion of scale. And I think it does, if I may say so, connect very well with the previous conversation about geography and distance, and particularly on what both Marina and Hannah told about you know, the nature and the substance and the objectives of that work, which is also to impart knowledge or to transfer knowledge, to pass it on to the people that will eventually either use it or become the beneficiaries of that. So here we have possibly the most diverse pair of architectural professionals of the entire roster, if I may say so, in the sense there is one architect, Carole Barney, who's the owner of the director of a very, very accomplished firm in the United States, at work on a myriad of projects of a large scale. And on the other side, we invite Laurane Coornaert from Brussels, who instead works at a micro scale, to a certain extent almost self-effacing our own work as an architect. So the idea here is to compare the scales of intervention, which are the 2 extremes of the possible gamut of approaches in building design, and see what is the difference, or reflect on the possible difference between ways of transferring knowledge, imparting knowledge about buildings, about building properly, to the users, to those who experience the building fabric. So we will start with Carole Barney, who is the principal of Barney Architects, as I said, Chicago-based, a firm with international reputation for the design of institutional and public buildings, some of an incredible importance in the recent history of the United States, and a declared focus on the collective realm, once again. RB Architects was founded in 1981 after Carole's stint in the Peace Corps in Costa Rica and time at what is Chicago's oldest architectural firm, Holabird and Root. To date, Barney's work has been celebrated with more than 200 national and international awards. The 2005 Award for Excellence in Public Architecture, different, innumerable other awards, including the AIA Illinois Firm Award and Gold Medal. In 1997, Barney was appointed lead designer for the Oklahoma City Federal Building to replace the Alfred Mara Federal Building that had been destroyed in the 1995 terrorist bombing. So the project marked the first time that a woman architect had been selected to lead a federal commission in the United States. Barney's also championed the movement to inject new life into the Chicago River. The resulting Chicago River Walk, which is a almost 2-kilometer stretch of civic space from Lake Michigan to several of others' river confluences, is the new living room for the citizens of Chicago, and has become a model for cities rethinking their water resources in other parts of the world. Gathering support for it before being awarded the design contract was a major focus of the firm for 20 years. And last but not least, in 2023, so a few months ago, Barney received the American Institute of Architects Gold Medal, and Carole is the first woman to receive it while still alive and without sharing it with a partner. So we'll go from, in fact, I think that an applause is deserved at this particular time. So after sharing our appreciation, we move to Laurane Coornaert, whom I would describe as an entrepreneur with double degrees in architecture and environmental management at the Free University of Brussels in the mid-2010s. After 2 years spent in architectural offices in Belgium and abroad, Laurane took the decision to redirect her career. And by 2020, with the help of the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs program of the Brussels Agency for Business Support and a Belgian Vocation Fellowship, which is something for and I'm actually citing from the mission of the fellowship, for passionate people under 30 years of age with a real vocational life project but lack of financial resources or adequate supervision, Laurane traveled to Portugal to train, not by train, to train herself, and eventually established Degré 47, an architectural firm that focuses on research, training and transmission of sustainable construction techniques. And this includes highlighting traditional construction methods and studying alternative solutions while promoting knowledge and the reuse of materials. A passion for sharing knowledge and experiences, for mixing ideas and for promoting intercultural exchanges has resulted in a series of activities that today characterize the Degré 47 professional profile. So regularly advising self-builders in their projects, organizing and leading practical workshops across Europe for young architectural graduates from all over the world, or participating in the training of more experienced architects on specific and practical subjects that relate to the knowledge of materials. By design, Degré 47 favors construction short circuits. It helps planning building sites, finds the necessary manpower, and connects tradesmen that use environmentally friendly methods. So we could see that we're trying to encompass a very, very large perspective on work in the city, and I think we should start with Madame Ross Barney.
Thank you so much, Paolo, and I'm so glad. Hey, we'll help her. I need my view. We don't have it. I need my notes. Otherwise, I may really talk like an hour or two, and you don't want to be here. I've been really totally immersed in the conversations today and the presentations. And the thing for me that's most amazing is I want to know everything about all of you, because it seems to me that the experiences are so based in our background and in our heritage. And I think there's huge amounts of benefit to know these things and to trade them. So I'm really glad to be here, and I'm really glad I'm alive. I like that Paolo mentioned that I'm still alive. That's great. So I'm going to start out by telling you about myself. Because I'm so impressed with the different backgrounds and the different intelligences and the different heritages that you all bring to your projects. This is my city. It was funny, last night we were talking about the stars and how we could see them when we were standing on the lake last night before dinner. And it was really, it reminded me of this photo. This photo is Chicago in 2013. And just after this, it was named the poster child for light pollution. It was actually on the cover of National Geographic magazine. Things have changed, but everybody thought it was also quite beautiful, this glowing carpet of the city. And things have changed since then. And I think that that's one of the things that I've really become aware of over my practice, is that change and the attainment of knowledge is constant. But in any case, I am a native Chicagoan. I grew up in post-war Chicago. My grandparents were all immigrants. In keeping with my family values, I attended Catholic schools, in fact, an all-girls high school, where I thought I wanted to be a painter. It seemed like something I could do really, really well. But when I was in high school, John Kennedy was president of the United States, and if he did anything for the American people, he tried to change us all into advocates, which is the title of this whole symposium, is advocacy and agency. And in any case, I said, I can't be a painter because what does a painter do to save the world? That was naive. I know now what painters can do to save the world. But, so I went to my guidance counselor, Sister Catherine Patrick, who also guided, the other 1,600 girls who were in school with me. And I said, Sister, I think I want to be an architect. And she didn't flinch, even though, and this is in 1966, even then, most of the career choices for young women were you could be a teacher or you could be a nurse. And so, but she didn't flinch. She didn't say, oh, you know, Carole, are you sure you want to do that? She left the room. She said, I think I'll just go find out what schools you should apply to. So I ended up attending the University of Illinois in Urbana, which is a great place to learn architecture because it's in the American Midwest. It's about 180 miles south of Chicago. The land is so flat. You've never seen anything like it. But what was kind of fun about it, it was a good place to study architecture because it was a mini city. Like you could project those the design decisions. I was one of my class of freshman architects. There were 300 of us enrolled. 12 were women. When I graduated 5 years later, there were 3 women out of 100. And this photo in 1868 is actually, that's the first graduating class from the University of Illinois. It's not my class. At least we had 3. But in any case, in keeping with my idea that I had to save the world, which I still believe it's everybody's personal mission to improve the world, to leave it better. I joined the Peace Corps. I was, again, extraordinarily naive as a young person, but fortunately the Peace Corps sent me to a place that framed the beginnings of my practice. They sent me to Costa Rica, and I worked there in support of the National Park Service. And the vision of the national park the goal was to preserve the ecology of Costa Rica. Costa Rica is one of the most diverse ecologies on the planet because it's on the Pacific Flyway. There are more bird species who pass or resident in Costa Rica than all of North America. So it was an extraordinary opportunity. And that experience, I have actually built into my philosophy. It's been formative. That ecology, living together, not just people, but everybody. Oh, which one's me? Here I am. I'm in the striped shirt. Oh, wait, here. I'll get up here. I learned a lot in Costa Rica besides about ecology, I'll tell you. But, and what's been most interesting for me about ecology and how it's worked into the practice of architecture is the idea of how we live together, with other human beings, obviously, but other species. And I've been eternally fascinated with cities. This is my city, Chicago, and this is a photograph that was taken by Stanley Kubrick before he came. He was in his 20s. It was 1950. This is the year I was born. He had a job as a staff photographer for Look magazine, and he was assigned to do a photo essay of Chicago. It's called City of Extremes, and it showed how it went very glamorous to the very gritty parts of Chicago. In 1950, Chicago had a population of, let me get the right number, 3.6 million. Oh, and at that point in time, 29% of people lived in cities. What's really interesting is that 50 years earlier, the population in 1900 was 1.7 million. 14% of people lived in cities. In fact, at that point, the only larger cities in the world than Chicago were London, New York City, Paris, and Berlin. But even more interesting than that, 60 years earlier, in 1840, Chicago had 5,000 people. So basically, in less than 100 years, this city grew to be one of the largest cities in the world. It was historically the fastest growing city the world had ever seen. And I think that a lot of it was fueled by the super changes that happened between the 19th and the 20th century, which include some of the things we've been talking about, where you live and how it relates to where you work, and how you communicate, which have been I've noticed everybody, those are your themes. I have to talk to people. This is how we do our work. And Chicago is a really good study if you're a planner. Chicago wrote a plan in 1909. It was authored by an architect, Daniel Burnham. And it was the first comprehensive plan for the controlled growth of an American city. And the thing that's really interesting about it, to me, is it's not about, there's a huge, beautiful set of renderings by a watercolorist. His name was de Guerin, Jules de Guerin. And this is really, you know, sort of like, wow, it's almost Star Wars, but for its time. But the plan is actually much more practical about that. It's about how you keep the lakefront clean. It's how you improve highways, how you connect railroads. It's a very practical plan. And I like to look at it because I think that is the basis of architecture. It's solving problems and planning. The other thing that's fascinating to me, this is a few years later, this is 1936. These are two plans that were done the same year. Architects, thinking about how to organize cities, how we can live together effectively and efficiently. And the one on your left is, some of you may recognize it, Ville Reduce, planned by Le Corbusier outside of Paris. And reading him is so amazing because he thinks that he can control the environment. If he separates work from living, you'll be able to get rid of noise and all this stuff. And so you have this sort of rigid but very rigid plan, strong districts. And there were cities that were built like this. He really inspired, for example, Lucio Costa and Oscar Niemeyer in Brasilia is based basically on the principles that Corb followed. And the other is sort of the absolute opposite. This is also 1935, 1936. This is Frank Lloyd Wright, Broadacre City. And Frank, being the contrarian he was, went exactly the opposite way. And he said that, no, we don't need to live together. We don't need a system. We'll give each family 1 acre from the federal lands that the United States holds. And our community will be held together by the motor car, by radio, telephone, telegraph, and a standardized manufacturing process. So you have these two extremes. But the important thing is we have been charged with this task of making good cities, making livable cities. And it's even more important today because since at about 2000, we went over the mark where 50% of the world's population is housed in cities. It's a much bigger number than that now, 20 years later, by the way. But what's even more amazing is, cities generate our wealth. You can do it as a number. They actually generate about 80% of the world's gross domestic product. But I don't think I want to think about it in money. Beyond that, these are the energy centers, the knowledge centers. They're diverse, they're dense, they're where innovation can occur. It's most likely to occur because that's where people are. And so I've been really interested in the livability of cities. I'm going to talk a few seconds about how we think in my studio about design, because that ties into this idea of livability. I think whenever I'm lecturing, I always try to stress that most people say, well, I really like that design, or, oh, the design you did here, I think, you know, you should have done this or whatever. To me, design is not a noun, and I think most designers would say that too. Design is a verb. This is a diagram. I wish I had done it because I think it's totally brilliant. It was done in 1969 by Charles Ames, and he was participating in an exhibition at the Louvre in Paris. And the question was, what's your definition of design? And he designs it as an arranging of elements. But again, he makes it a verb. And I love it because what he said is that that sort of stripy piece there, he said, this is what the designer knows and what he honestly believes. This is his knowledge. And then the sort of squared off one with the polka dots. He said, and I think this is the interest of the owner, but he adds genuine interest of the owner, which is really an important qualification. And then finally he said, the kidney-shaped one, this is the concerns of society as a whole. And he said, design is easy. You just have to work in the overlap. The good thing about the overlap is we believe, in my studio, that there are thousands, maybe millions of answers in the overlap. So our approach to design is to maybe isolate 2 or 3 or 4 in that overlap, but work rigidly in that overlap. So we know that we meet the requirements of design, of architecture. So I'm going to show you some of the things we've done over the years. I'm not going to talk about them. This is the building Paolo talked about. This is, we built this in 2004. It is the replacement for the building that was lost. The U.S. had its first act of domestic terrorism in 1995 when a dissident citizen parked a bomb in front of a federal building, and the building collapsed. And so we had the job of replacing it. It was emotionally a really hard job, especially when we started meeting with some of the survivors. It taught me a lot of techniques about engagement because one of the things, I mean, this is the design, I guess, but to get there, we had to understand the people who were moving back. They didn't want to move back. They would much rather be in the suburbs where they'd never be a target again. And the community engagement that we started then is still part of our practice. We try to ask every owner to talk to the community. But that was a really important project that set some of the ideas that we have about making cities. Materiality plays a huge role in our work. This is a civil engineering building that's located in Minnesota. It's in Duluth, Minnesota, which is on Lake Superior. It's where most of the iron in the U.S. is mined. So all the products that are there are in fact local. It's Corten. We use taconite pellet for mulch, and we use steel plate for sidewalks, but to celebrate the materials that are from that region. A lot of our work, though, I just showed you 2 of our buildings. I have to confess, though, that a lot of our work, people wouldn't even think about it as architecture. They wouldn't classify it as architecture because a lot of what we do is strictly infrastructure. That's intentional because I think the spaces in between are maybe the most critical pieces of cities to improve. Housing first, you need a house. But then before that, the infrastructure, how we move about our city, is where we've really been concentrated. This is a transit station in Chicago. By the way, it's a rebuilt transit station. So the problem was to solve building in the city, but also to create an identity in the city for transit. I mean, moving people through cities is one of the things, that's one of the city's efficiencies. And while it's a functional issue, it also is an emotional and a quality of life issue. And for a long time, that's what we've tried to bring to public work, is the idea of livability, that it extends to those spaces in between, the things that are on the edges of architecture. This is another project that may not even be considered architecture, but it's turned out to be a major deal for the city. In about 2000, we were asked to look at the Chicago Riverwalk. I think that was making it more glorified than it actually was. Chicago just had a little dock wall that ran along a very polluted at one time river. Fortunately, the river was getting cleaner because of the actions by the U.S. Environmental Agency and EPA protection. And in general, an interest in downtowns. To execute this project, we actually had to attain more land. So what you're looking at is new land that we built. And what we created for the city was a 1.5 mile long, so about 2 kilometer long park. It goes right through the center business district. And it's really turned out to be a great space. When people visit Chicago, I'll have people come up to me and say, oh, my mother came to Chicago. I took her to the Riverwalk because this is what Chicago is about. So in the short space of 15 years, at least in terms of construction, we created a space that has become important to the emotional and to the happiness of the city. As a design, by the way, it's developed in rooms because of the Chicago grid, which is also flat, so it's very straightforward. It goes over the river here. And so each room interprets a different landscape type for Midwestern rivers. Here's one of the spaces. This is in the very center. This we called the River Theater, and we had the opportunity to actually bend the city down to the river, which didn't happen before. This was an industrial river that nobody really cared to get close to. But now we had the opportunity to do that, so we took advantage of it. The project, by the way, sometimes when I was given the assignment of scale, I thought, oh my God, I don't really know what you're talking about, because in terms of money, this is kind of a big project. It was about $200 million. But in terms of time, it took us 16 years to complete. But in terms of the actual land area, it's really small. But it has a big effect. I felt the same way about practice, because I didn't know if you were talking about my practice. We only have 45 people on our staff. We're a very intimate little office. But because I think of our expertise in public space, but our willingness to collaborate, we are often assigned projects like this, or I hope we're often. Being an architect is always being on a tightrope, kind of economically. But we could probably do a whole symposium about that. I'm not going to propose it now. But in any case, one of the things doing a project that's 16 years long is that you can celebrate new technologies. This particular space with the lighting in it was done in the second phase. If we had done it in the first phase, LEDs were too expensive, and we wouldn't have been able to create this kind of space. So it was really fascinating in terms of scale, the scale of time too. And in terms of scale, what this project's done is it's extended the outdoor season in Chicago. Chicago has it's actually, I think our weather is not as bad as a reputation. We're called the Windy City, and everybody thinks that if you go there, you'll get snowed on. That may be true some days, but we do have a dismal record of using outdoor space in the shoulder seasons beyond the summer. And it's spaces like this that are extending it. And there's no bad side to that. It's good for community, it's good for health. In any case, the Riverwalk led to other projects. This one I'm going to show you just momentarily, because I love this project. This is a project, it's an advocacy project. In fact, it was part of a visioning that we were doing for a public planning agency. We were working in a Hispanic, a Latino community. They had just built the park that's in the upper part of the screen. We were talking to these young teenage boys about the possibility of turning this, it's called the Collateral Channel. It used to serve warehouses. And about turning it into part of the park, and they laughed at us and they said, you know what we call it? We call it Ass Creek. It smells so bad. And so it really sort of queued us up to what we needed to do. And amazingly, none of these improvements have been built, but we have mitigated some of the problem. We found out that if we would just get rid of the stagnation, we could get rid of the major part of the problem. That doesn't return it to the public realm necessarily. So we've changed the name from Ass Creek to Asset Park. But in any case, if the plan ever goes through, and we do a lot of work that's at community level and pro bono sometimes, we'll be able to have both a park and a swimming pool that will be part of the river. The river, by the way, is not yet swimmable, but we're getting close. And that led to other projects that are similar. This is a project we just completed last year in our 2 years ago now, in Rogers, Arkansas. Same problem. How do you bring a community together around what was their birthplace, their center space? This city is built along a railroad. In fact, you can see here that the railroad still runs through the park. So after talking to the community, we created a park that celebrates their heritage, the railroad, but is genuine and authentic. And often that's what we find is people, they like their similarities, but they like what's different about them too, what makes their community. Anyway, on scale, I wanted to spend a few more minutes on this project, and this is the only project I'm really going to show you in depth, because it is, it's sort of the antithesis of everything you've seen today. This is, we designed and built this for McDonald's, which is kind of like, you know, going from Bangladesh sand communities to McDonald's is kind of a big leap. McDonald's is the largest restaurant company in the world. But in a way, that's what's enticing about the scale, and the good design can provide, the design process can provide. The other thing that's kind of ironic about these projects is even though McDonald's is the biggest restaurant company in the world, they're everywhere. I mean, come on, everywhere there's McDonald's. The projects are really small. I mean, we're talking about a hamburger stand. Most of them are about under 5,000 feet. This one is a little bigger. It's 15,000 square feet. What happened, we were kind of shocked. We had not really worked in corporate work at all. I mean, I like public work. I feel very empowered when I work for my community. I feel like I can be an advocate and make decisions. Because I am a member of the community, I'm a huge advocate of the idea of a citizen architect taking responsibility, which all you have done. I think that's really beautiful. So when McDonald's asked us if we designed their flagship stores, we were kind of like, are you sure you're talking to the right people? But there's another phenomenon that's happening now. Since we've become somewhat famous for public space, I mean, it just shows how people buy architecture as commodity, which is not a good thing. We've had McDonald's and Google and some other big companies contact us, and they want us to design public space for them. It's like, no, you will never have a public space. It will always be Google, and it will always be McDonald's. But that doesn't mean that it can't improve life quality, and it can't be a good member of its community. And actually, working for McDonald's turned out to be a little bit hard, but fairly delightful. This is the restaurant and sort of the heritage of McDonald's design. The restaurant we did is on the top line. It was built in 1983 originally. It's right in the most really important spot in Chicago. In fact, there was a song written about this. It's called the Rock and Roll McDonald's. And it's really popular for a while. And McDonald's realized how important it was to their ethos, so they rebuilt it. They supersized it in 2005, and then they keep up with the times. They realized that maybe supersizing is not what they wanted to have people say about them, and so they hired us in 2018 to redo it. Anyway, the other thing that's really interesting is their design history. We were absolutely fascinated with it because it was so spare. And so how did it become so decorative? And so it's like a caricature of itself. But beyond that, the great thing about them is they wanted to be good neighbors. And so we started the project by looking at this neighborhood. It is, like I said, it's right in downtown Chicago. In fact, what's interesting about it is on the major entry to one of our major commercial streets, Michigan Avenue. It connects Michigan Avenue to the interstate, so if you're going to the north part of downtown, you can't miss this place. It's rapidly changing from a warehouse district to residential, both new residential and converted. And they said we want to be a good neighbor, so we started out by looking at the neighborhood and determining what assets it had. And it turns out that we're showing here green space within 1/8 mile, 1/4 mile, 1/2 mile. So basically, if you were living there, how close you'd walk 15 minutes maybe or something like that to get to a park. And we found that there's very few green open spaces where you could just sit in the city. And we said, well, you have this great big lot. They could have sold the lot, by the way, and developed it as a high-rise. They decided not to because they said their business is not real estate. I'm not sure that was a good answer, but we asked the question. But the problem was the 2005 building, you see its footprint there, because about half of the business at this McDonald's is still it's still drive-through, and then the other half is walk-in, which is odd. A lot of McDonald's are much more drive-in. And we said, well, look, you don't need all this parking, you don't need all this drive-through. If you make it more efficient, we can take this space and we can turn it into that green space where you can sit with your dog, have a cup of coffee. It's not a public park, but it's a space that makes the city healthy. And they agreed. And so right now, there's a 72% increase of area that can be used by people. That's what I'm trying to show in this drawing. The permeable paving has gone way down. The paving. The paving is all permeable, and we hold all the stormwater requirement for this site and several others under the site, which got us to one of our other ideas. I mean, I told you what McDonald's said to us, but there are some things that they said that we gleaned, that they didn't say, that we gleaned from their corporate goals. It's interesting. McDonald's has a corporate goal to meet a very rigorous environmental standard by I think their date is 2030. You can see it on their website. But they had never produced a building that was even eligible for any LEED certification, if you just want to measure the skid. And so we suggested to them that they should also, at this point, see if they could do the most sustainable McDonald's that they could. If this was going to be their showpiece, why can't we show them their values in another way? And so we convinced them that they should try to accomplish a platinum LEED building. There wasn't any fast food restaurants that were LEED Platinum. So we thought that was pretty ambitious of us. And so I'm going to show you in succession some of the principles that we found we could incorporate really easily into the existing McDonald's operation to make it a friendlier restaurant, but also to make it a restaurant that would not damage the planet as much, that would contribute to basically to the health of the environment. We started out with some really easy moves. This had been a real automobile environment. What if we made it a pedestrian environment? What are our tools? One of the things we concentrated on was creating shared streets and shared plazas. So, a car goes through a plaza and it's there for 2 seconds, but as a space, as a people space, it's there much longer. And so that was one of the things we built into our design. Here's another picture. This is the main entrance. Before it had a driveway going in front of it. It still has a driveway. But we've treated it in a different way that makes it friendly both to people on foot and people in cars. In fact, here's the car view. You can see the car picking up his hamburgers there and coming through. By the way, after we finished the building, it was reviewed by the Chicago architecture critic, Blair Kamen. He won the Pulitzer Prize for writing about architecture. And he said that even though it was a LEED Platinum building, he said it couldn't be sustainable because it still served beef. And I think that, I think that's interesting. And it speaks to some of the things we've been talking about, like how responsible can the architect be? Well, I mean, the controversy about why people are not here today. I mean, there's so many pieces to the story. We decided we'd work for McDonald's even though they did kill chickens and kill cows because there was a bigger goal, a bigger good that we could accomplish by working for them rather than working against them. I won't get more political here right now. Okay, so basically this is a reuse. And it's a reuse that's focused on improving the customer experience. The kitchen area, by the way, was all existing. And we built the dining room. That's a new piece of this project. Big emphasis on being able to look out into our newly created park and on service. So in a lot of ways, it examined more than just architectural comfort. It was also about service and visual comfort. These are some of the wait, I did that wrong. That's not the right slide. How did I do that? This doesn't want to go, it doesn't want to show, it's missing one slide. Oh, that's okay, we'll do this one anyway. Okay, so for example, we decided that we wanted the park to enter the building not just through the sides. So we made a garden so we could bring light and and plants into the interior of the building. And underneath that are kiosks, which were very sort of new when we did this project. McDonald's changes quickly. And so we also created a sense of entry. This is some of the strategies we use to accomplish LEED Platinum. I'm kind of skeptical about LEED and other I don't know, they always seem like I said before, just measuring the skid. But I do think they're good guidelines to getting projects on the right path. I'm not going to read this all to you, but I will tell you about some of the ones we're most proud of. The most sustainable building is the one that already exists. I mean, it's there. You've paid for it. You've paid for it in carbon. You've paid for it in energy. So the first thing we did is we figured out if we could save the restaurant that existed and how much we could save. In the end, we found we could save about 65%. You can see it shown in this drawing. And so I think that challenges like that sometimes make the most beautiful buildings that you can think of, because this is that elevation, and it's one of my favorites. I like it because it establishes both the park-like quality, but it still maintains the urban edge of the site. By the way, the reason that might seem a little hard to do LEED with a building in Chicago like this, that's a huge energy user because you're cooking all the time. One of the things we did is we decided that we would try to generate power, replacement power. We were really interested in maintaining sort of the building line of the block, so it didn't look like it was a little hamburger stand swimming in the middle of a city block. And to create shade for our new park. So to those three ends, we created this pergola, originally for shade. And after we looked at it longer, we thought that we would add solar collectors to it, 2 PVs. And we weren't sure how much we could provide because we're using only half the site, but we provide about 65% of the energy for the restaurant, which is really kind of amazing when you think that this is Chicago, and we're not exactly known for our sunlight. Carbon was another issue for us. We wanted to build the new pieces of our new restaurant with the least carbon footprint that we could. To that end, the new structure is a combination of cross-laminated timber CLT and glulam. Interestingly, it shows how much things have changed in just a period of 3 or 4 years. This was the first CL2 building that was built in the city of Chicago. And Chicago is not a little city, and it's sort of not a shrinking city when it comes to architectural technology either. I think we're just realizing alternative resources, what they can mean to the quality of our environment and the planet. The other product that was we discovered on this one, and I'm still really is carbon entrained concrete. So those two we used to, and it also, by the way, we are now doing an audit. It's close to zero net carbon also. And that wasn't our intention, that's just making design choices that are good. We were really conscious that the greening of the environment would happen, yes, on the site, but we also concentrated on having interior plants, and we have a rooftop garden. On the rooftop garden, it's only about 1,000 square feet, but we grow apple trees, arugula, broccoli, olives, kale, and Swiss chard. I don't know if Swiss chard is called Swiss chard here, but it is in Chicago. And in any case, we can't use it in the restaurant because there's a city ordinance against using food that you grow on site in the restaurant. But it's taken to Ronald McDonald House, so it's served to their guests there. So it's kind of cool. Then inside, there's over 1,000 interior plants. You see them in these 2 plant tapestries. And we specified them basically to improve indoor air quality, but also to make people happy and to cut down on the noise in the space. I have a real problem with noise in restaurants. And so we like things that do more than one role. And this is kind of a joke. I teach at IIT. I've been teaching Illinois Institute of Technology, Mies van der Rohe School. I've been teaching there for 30 years. My current boss is Reed Kroloff, and he sent me this because he wanted to prove. I always talk about projects, how they come out of the problem, that it's a process, that it's a verb, that it's doing something. And he said, well, that he wanted to prove that aesthetics also come out of that process. So he drew me this drawing with the golden section. It was unintentional. Ask me about it later. So that's all I really have to say today. I'm going to show you one more that's really quick because you know how people ask you, you do something that's really good. McDonald's has been ecstatic about this project. They get such good press. People love it. They're doing another project. Unfortunately, they did not hire me to do a sustainable prototype right now. But after you do something good, they say, oh, we really love what you did. We like that you made us sustainable in public. We want you to do another one, and this one you have to make net zero. And there is no such thing as a net zero restaurant so far, or there wasn't. So they gave us this assignment. This is in Orlando, Florida. It's on Disney World campus. And again, it was an existing restaurant. This one had a famous designer that was done by Venturi Scott Brown in its first, it was a Happy Meal as a restaurant. It's very, it's very Venturi. And then they asked VSB to redo it. And so they kind of made it respectable in 2009. And then they asked us to make it net zero in 2018. Totally different site. This one's in a swamp. It has almost no walking public. These are people coming in cars. But in a way, the process was the same. We took their goal, and we tried to chart a path to net zero. And because there was an existing restaurant on the site, we had a good idea. It used about 1 million kilowatt hours every year. And you can make any building net zero. That's what I learned about doing this. All you have to do is do enough renewables and you can do it. But that's, it's a little bit, not very serviceable answer. So for us, to get to net zero, the idea is to drive down the energy use, never do the damage. And so we managed to drive it down, you can see there, to about 700,000 kilowatt hours. And the big places we saved, I want to point it out. One is the dark green, that's cooking equipment. That's what uses energy. That dark green is cooking the burgers. And then the second thing that's really interesting to me is the yellow, which is cooling. This is human comfort. And so we concentrated on bringing those down because the payback is then we could generate all the power we needed basically in the footprint of the building. One of the things, I think, to be practical, if we're ever going to get to net zero, we're going to have to be clever, and having a whole field of solar for a tiny building doesn't really make sense. In the end, we use two types. We use conventional photovoltaics. They produce almost the whole amount we need. And the really interesting ones are the bi-PVs, which are PVs that are sandwiched between two pieces of glass. We got more production out of them than we thought. And then this is the second thing that was sort of a eureka moment for us. What this graph shows is where it's really, this is Florida weather. And the bottom line is months, and the other is time of day. And where it's red, that's when you can't, being outside is extremely uncomfortable. However, what the second one shows, if you sit in the shade and you ventilate, that's how comfortable you can be in Florida. So in a way, it's idyllic. This is great. So we took it upon ourselves to create a space that would do that. And we added outdoor dining, so you could have shade and air movement. And then the next thing we did, I double-slided there, sorry. The next thing we did is we tried to create a building that would actually breathe. So we found this it's a very traditional thing in Florida, the idea of a jalousie window, one that opens up like a blind. We found out that there's a company in England that manufactures ones that you can, it's automated. You can wire it into the building automation system, the building environmental controls. And so this building actually opens and closes according to the exterior, the environmental conditions. McDonald's, I don't know if you all remember this, but there was a big lawsuit. Someone spilled really hot coffee on herself and she got millions of dollars because the US is so litigious. So when we were doing this, the way this particular product works is that when it gets a little resistance, like if you put your hand in it, it'll press your hand, not very hard, and then it'll release. And the McDonald's lawyers were so crazed about this. They said, someone's going to sue us because they put their finger in the window and it squeezed their... So actually we have an announcement. It says, the building is about to breathe. Please keep your fingers out of the windows. So anyway, the building, it talks to you too. It breathes for you and it talks for you. And we have managed to meet our goals for energy consumption. And we are cooling energy free 65% of the time. Okay. And that's really all I have to say about this project. It's really interesting. Oh, I had a big education program too. This was some of the graphics we developed to have kids understand how it works. So it's a great narrative tool, which is one of the other things about scale, is the story you tell can be way bigger than the building. And I like this building. It's interesting, one of McDonald's sort of goals, one of their visions, one of their goals is what they call scale for good, which means that they will, right, for example, they've made their humane chicken raising in the last few years and stuff like that. And actually, they are quite sustainable. And when they do something, they have a huge effect. Like if McDonald's says they're only going to use sustainable potatoes, every potato grower in the world starts growing sustainable potatoes. So I think the idea of scale is really sharply drawn in working on a project like this. But also, what's sharply drawn is the effect that we as architects can have on, yes, a little hamburger stand, but also a much bigger idea, a much bigger society. So thank you very much.
Ça c'est la... Oui, pour changer. Droite, gauche. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here at the end of the day. Is it okay, the sound? Yes? Okay. I can do the same as Carole, and I'm here on the picture 2 years ago. So I will present my project. I open Degree 47, and it's, I will speak in English so that it's more accessible for everybody, but sorry for my accent. So I started to work in an architecture office when I finished my studies, and I realized something that was difficult for me to understand at the beginning. As an architect, I was trying to understand what was the relation with the clients, with the architects, and with the constructions. And I'm expressing this relation on this diagram that the architect has to answer to the needs of the clients, and then has the relations with the constructors, the builders. And he has always to manage the needs from the clients at one point, and to have the contact with all the other actors of the construction. And I felt a huge disconnection with the people who are building. And I felt also that if we see it on a timeline, from the moment that the client starts to buy a land or to buy a house to refurbish, And then the whole process until the moment when the client can live in the house or can occupy the house, there is the huge moment all the time that people are building for them. But this time it's entre parenthèses, between brackets, like it's almost a moment that doesn't exist on the timeline, that the client they don't know about anything about this moment. We want this moment of the construction that is the shorter as possible and the less expensive as possible and the less noisy as possible for the other people. And I wanted to understand how we can do it if we bring the client into the construction and we bring in to be aware of what is happening, and that's what I try to do. So I'm trying to help people to build themselves their own house by themselves, using tools and knowing the materials they want to use in their house. My position on this diagram will be maybe between the architect and the client. So I'm not anymore the architect of the project. Like, I'm not the person that wrote the plans. I'm trying to make the contact between them and the contact with the builder, because sometimes the client, the self-builder, so the client that starts to build, sometimes he does everything, and sometimes we divide the steps, and there is a constructor that helps him to make the foundations, and then the clients build the wooden structure, and then we make the insulation together. It depends on the project. But then I'm trying to make all this communication, and this project brings the architect a bit closer to the construction. Here we can see that he's a bit outside, making the connection between the project and the clients, and now we are trying to gather all together. And on this timeline, we have since the moment that the clients buy the land or buy the house that he wants to refurbish until all the process of the construction, there is a story that's happening. So there is a story behind the people that is building, the material that are used, the technique that is used. And since this moment, the client is already living into his house, even if it's only starting the construction. So I'm helping them to find solutions that are accessible, and this accessibility, it's also available using sustainable materials or technicals that are more simple than to expertise techniques. And so that's a project with 15 families. They bought a land together, and then they decided to build 15 houses by themselves together. And I was they're helping them to raise the walls and organizing the construction sites. The main challenge of this new job, this new project, is that every time we start from zero, every time that there is someone that wants to start to build his own house, we need to explain how it's going to happen. We need to find the techniques, we need to find the tools, we need to find the materials, and trying to organize the planning of the construction. And it's always a new process that is quite difficult, because we need to this was a project of a violinist, and it was during the COVID, and he was not able to play violin because all the concerts were cancelled, and so he decided to concretize, to build his own house at that moment. He told me that in the beginning he has only a small screwdriver, that he bought in the supermarket. It was in promotion, and he never built before. And now we see that he was building this house for his family. Yeah, so it's quite challenging. And how we managed to do it, first of all, is to find a technique that is accessible. So here we can see a part of the roof that we prefabricated. So we assemble all the pieces of wood on the floor. And you can see that we have here the client and the 2 volunteers that are helping to bring the straw bale, because the roof and all the house is insulated with straw bale. So we are putting the insulation into the roof when the roof is on the floor. And so it's easier to do it in the beginning than after. And at the end of the whole process of prefabrication, everything, we bring all the pieces of wood that are prefabricated on the top of the house, and that's what you see here. That was in the product in one day. And so you see, for example, this is another part of the roof, and you see the straw bale, the straw that is already inside the roof, and then we place the other layers and the membrane. And that day was interesting. It was the moment that the delivery of the windows arrived. And so we even put the windows already in the structure. And this allows to make a safe construction, because self-builders, they don't have scaffolding, they don't have the habit to work in high position, they don't have, it's the first house they build generally. So when we do this, he can do it in security. He can place the membrane in the right place, so we ensure the quality of the work, the security, it's easier to do, it's taking less time, and yeah, it's super interesting to me. And that is another project. That is the project with the 15 families. I was helping them to organize the construction, and at one moment I saw this huge beam that we had. It was the moment to put it on the construction, and I didn't know it was so big, because I didn't see it from the beginning. And then we had to think about a solution to bringing together. We didn't have huge engine to bring it, but also we didn't need it at that moment. So it was easier to think together with all the inhabitants and to find a solution. And then, as you can see, we managed to bring it, and it's the beam that you see here. So after a few discussions with everybody, so it was a teamwork, and we placed 2 different scaffolding, and then we raised the beam little by little, and then it's there, and then after we raised the other part of the walls, and it's the building is now raised up, and it's done. And all these walls, we always do the same way. We prefabricate it, and then we raise them, and it's accessible for everybody. In one day, you can teach to someone to assemble a wall. In 2 persons can assemble a wall easier, and then you just need a screwdriver, and then following the plans and following the security. But it's a method that is possible to transfer. And this beam now is the story of this day, no? Like, for the whole life of this building, the people who built it, they know how they did it and how they raise it, and they know how it was done, how it's maintained, and yeah. This was one of my main challenge. It's how to communicate on the construction site, because we have the plans of the architects, we have the plans from the engineers, and we have all the materials, and we are teaching people to build. But from one day to another, it's another person that's coming. And so I started to open a book, the construction site book, and to print templates, papers, where we, kind of a small questionnaire, so that the people can, the self-builders, they can feel it while they do a step. And so the first step of building a wall, for example, And so it's all the people that filled all this form. They are not architects, they are not designers or anything related to the construction, but they started to make this kind of drawings explaining how they did, which tool they used. And every time they say, I ask you to write down also how long it took and which tool did you use and was it okay, which mistake did you do? And that's how we try to manage to transfer the knowledge between one day to another to allow the construction to be able to be done, because this was a project with a lot of people involved, and it's the most important, the communication, to know what was done good or not, which technique did you use, and that was a huge process to keep the security and the good maintenance of the construction. This is another challenge. It's the girl on the picture. She is the owner of a house in Portugal, and they received the house is from the family, and it's a member of the family that built this house 30, 40, 50 years ago, I don't know. And they started to make the renovation of this. They wanted to open it and to renovate it, and I helped them to follow the techniques and to see how to manage the problem of humidity inside and everything. And we started we had to build the structure inside to reinforce the walls, because the foundations were not good enough, because it was a self-builder of 10 years ago that built this house. And then we managed we found huge beams from a church, and we reuse it and we clean it, and then we worked with a carpenter that was only using manual tools, and we organized a workshop to learn how to use the tools, the chisels, and traditional techniques to maintain the structure and to maintain the story of this house that is in front of the sea, that is very beautiful, but that has a lot of problem of structure and humidity. And finally, we managed to build this structure. It was a huge frame all around inside the house. And little by little, so this is still the same house, you can see the structure here. Little by little, the couple that has this house, so I helped them for the beginning to start the structure and to start to manage the plan and to organize. And they started to be independent, and they started to be able to know, okay, for the floor now we will go to a traditional expert, an artisan, a specialist that does this in the region, in the place, and then for the paintings also, and for the corridor, and for everything, they started to be able to find specialists in the environment and to work with them, and they did everything by themselves, but always helped by other people, and that's, I think, they reached the point of knowing. Every little pieces of this house has a story. They did it, and they know from who they took the technique and from why they use this material. And it's only local materials. And yeah, so they managed to give a new life to this house. And yeah, and that is also another another project. And I wanted to say that because sometimes it's this question of being a self-builder, is it a lack of confidence on the builders or not? And I think it's not the same sensibility. And by doing self-building, when I'm helping self-builder, I'm not saying that the builders, the conventional constructors are not good. It's just that we try to find more specialists that knows more about the materials, and this requires time and knowledge of the material, and finding a specific person that is allowed to give the material that we need for the construction. For example, this you see the bricks there, and the clients decided to choose these bricks because they knew that the person that built them has them 3 times in his hands. Every bricks, he touched them 3 times before they dry. And that was the story that they they found super important in the process, and they were finally, it was the support of the house, and they could build the rest. And also all the beams for the floors, they choose it from people in the region. And this is another straw bale insulation house, and these are the straw bale that we took from the farmer that was 5 houses in the streets, 5 houses away. So it's insulation of a house that is, I mean, more local, we cannot really find. And every time we were missing a bit of straw bale, we were like, okay, let's take the car and let's bring 10 more straw bale because we just need a bit for today. And we were building and building with the more local straw bale. And I think this is also consequence of building by yourself, is that you will choose the materiality and the materials with more importance. And here we can, when the house will be destroyed, the straw bale can go on the floor and it's gonna be compost, and it's all right. It doesn't have a huge impact on the environment, and also the transportation was nothing. And I feel it's interesting. And this is the house. And finally, inside it was filled with clay plaster, and outside it was lime plaster. So there is almost no plastic layers in the house, and almost, I mean, there was a huge sensibility on which material we use. And that is another workshop we did with the architects. And it was interesting because we were organizing this, the architect is also on this picture, and we were giving a workshop of how we can build with straw bale. So he was showing to other future clients to show them how we can do it yourself. And it's an architect that is always aware of, that wants to push the clients to build by themselves also, and organizing tours and visits to show them that it's possible. And yeah, I find it important that it's the architect that called me to help him to help these clients to organize, so that it's kind of a collaboration, as I was saying. And it's, if I come back to this idea, the first diagram that I was showing is that the architect comes more and more into close to the construction site, and he knows what is the weight of the straw bale, he knows how we place it, he knows how we need to fix it, what are the problems that can happen, and yeah. So I don't think that I think that self-builders can be a solution in the life of the building, because they know how we can refurbish their own place. They can evaluate in their place, and they know where they know everything about what happens in the house. And I think it's part of the ecology also, that the inhabitants are in relation with the environment, and here they are constricting themselves in their own house. And I think I'm finished for now. Thank you.
Can I ask one thing just to start? How many people go through a McDonald's in Florida every day, and how many clients have you had so far? We can start with McDonald's.
Oh, man. Well, is this on? No.
You can use this one.
Oh, you want
The one in Orlando has 3 lines that are constantly on, making Big Macs. One of the things we found out that was interesting, though, is it varies. I think They probably have a high of about maybe 5,000 a day. 5,000 customers. But what's interesting about it is one of our big energy savings is they developed a standby grill. So it's not on all the time. That saves a lot of energy. But yeah, probably 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
So we're talking about 150.
Do you want mine?
150,000 a month.
At least.
Or something like that.
In fact, the one in Chicago, I think, I'm not going to give you good numbers. It's more than that.
Let's say at least 2 million people a year.
The one in Chicago is about 1 million customers a year. So.
1 million customers a year. And it comes to your scale of intervention.
How many clients I have each day or each year?
Well, each day, I think would be ambitious. But, how many clients do you have at the same time?
It depends on the construction that I'm doing. It depends on the project. Sometimes I have 4 to 15 in one day. Yeah, maybe 15
on different
when I'm
sites.
Doing
on different construction sites.
On one construction site.
No, what I'm talking about is how many different clients you have. Huh? Because the advantage of giving advice to people that are the actual designers or builders is that you can do provide multiple services. So does this type of work multiply your effect or your impact as a designer?
Yeah, I cannot really answer to this question because I have the clients that have their own project. So maybe I do have for the moment 7 different projects, but every time we do a workshop on a construction, we have volunteers or participants that wants to come to learn. And sometimes in one project for one client, we have 10 other people that come to learn how to build. Because when we build with ecological materials, sometimes you need more person to carry the straw bale or to make the clay plaster. So we need more people to come and to build. So yeah, it's difficult to give a number, but maybe...
Okay. But Carole, would you say that, in a sense, the experience that you're offering the customers of McDonald's, in principle or ideally, provides indirectly a similar type of service to to their customers? So are you sort of suggesting ways of alternative living?
No, obviously. I think that what Laurane's doing is far more intimate and probably has a much better impact on those people's lives than, just picking up a burger at a restaurant. But on the other hand, that's the thing that's interesting about scale. You can talk about the scale of the impact in terms of, like the effect it had on a few people, but it was huge, or having an effect on a lot of people, and it's a little bit of an effect. I actually, that's one of the reasons why I like working in the for buildings that are very public, is because I think that I don't think the power of design is really understood or utilized. I mean, if you can make a McDonald's a better neighbor, a more sustainable building, a nicer place to be, I think it shows how something you'd never think about being designed can really affect people's lives. I think it's really interesting. One of the things that's come up a lot since people have been looking at my career with the gold medalist, they say, well, did you pick these weird clients? I mean, I do train stations and stuff that people don't even think about as architecture. And I say, yes, I did. That's what I wanted to do. That's why I talked about the Peace Corps. But on the other hand, I think that these are areas that women could work in because they're open. If you're interested in doing that work, I think you can have huge impact, especially if you understand how powerful design is. So, yes, I think you can be just as impactful as a design guide, design manager as you can doing something like McDonald's.
By all means. I don't want to monopolize the discussion. Are they?
Question.
Thank you. I had a question for Laurane about the change to the. I'm interested in how the architect's role and level of service might be transformed by what you're able to bring to the process. And it's partly because I was thinking that I realised personally we spend a lot of time drawing and documenting, and then I think, goodness, what a waste of time and money that was, because materials change, something's not available, so you need to change it anyway, or systems change, or the builder's got a better idea of optimising something. So I wonder if this process, and especially because of the local availability of materials and services, how much does that change what the architects bother to document? Bother's probably the wrong word, but do you know what I'm asking?
I think I understand.
Yeah.
And I agree that, you know, what I was explaining in the what I would call the conventional way of building, with the architect asking for the builders to build, I have the sensation that sometimes we have a disconnection in the communication. I was feeling it when I was building, when I was an architect, working as an architect. And I was, yeah, sometimes you arrive with the drawings and you see that it's already built, or you want to give them, hey, this is the drawings, and they're like, no, but I cannot do like this, I will use this material. Ah, no, it was not. And there is a lack of communication because we want it to be super fast, and we are and sometimes they also want it to do it fast, so they will build with the technique they know. And I was dreaming, in the beginning, I was really dreaming to be able to say to a builder, hey, I draw this detail like this because I want you to do this, you place this board there, and then you have all the space to work after, to place the ventilation and everything, and you have the place, and then you can do this like this. It's going to be easier for you, so that, you know, and for this I had to know the materials and the tools and how to do. That's why I started to look for experiences building. And then I understand this problem, I would say it's a problem from my point of view. And know that we are more working with self-builders. I feel that there is a lot of more attention. The self-builders will take more attention of what they are doing. When I'm doing the étanchéité à l'air, airproof system, when we place the membrane that have to make the waterproof and airproof system, the self-builders, they do it perfectly. Like you could, I mean, it's difficult to see it in a conventional construction sometimes. I'm not saying that, but the system doesn't allow it today. And so even if it's the first time they do it, they will really take care about it, because they are caring, and they are caring of the materials and on the techniques, and they want to learn, and they will redo it 5 times maybe until it's perfect. And so there is another dimension, there is another needs, and there is another perspective on the construction. So I think that for the architects, it's a completely different role, because he has more the role of explaining all the steps to the clients, and that's why I'm there. I'm trying to being complementary between these, but
there is still an architect as a separate party to you. So maybe another way is asking the question is, have you now suggested changes to what the architects provide to be as part of this process, or it needs to be slightly different each time?
In terms of insurance and the responsibilities, the architect keeps this own role. So he has to keep making the drawings and this because of the... so I think I cannot make a huge change. What I'm doing is trying to follow it and being sure that it's done and that we have the materials to do it and that all this understanding is possible. And when I'm helping the clients, sometimes we are doing, okay, we do the 2 first days to make the most complicated, and then you can follow by yourself, and then we come back on every steps. But yeah, did I answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think so.
Thank you.
It's a social fact, actually. Today, a lot of architects became contractor, craftsman, painter, plaster. Have you met a lot of them?
A lot?
Est-ce que vous avez rencontré vous-même d'autres cas comme le vôtre? Il me semble qu'il y a énormément d'architectes qui deviennent artisanes, etc., notamment chez les femmes. C'est un fait.
Oui, il y en a beaucoup qui se posent des questions, qui viennent me poser des questions. Beaucoup d'architectes qui se retrouvent plus dans leur métier et qui se retrouvent plus dans leur pratique, que ce soit des étudiants ou des architectes en burn-out ou souvent. Et oui.
Ça vous inspire quoi pour vous après cette expérience? Vous avez une idée de ce que vous ferez? On a compris que c'était une étape. Trop chaud, c'est trop tôt. Pardonnez-moi.
C'est encore tôt. Voilà. Il y a 2 semaines, j'ai fêté mes 3 ans de... Je pourrais peut-être le dire l'année prochaine ou un peu plus tard. Mais merci pour la question.
So I've got a question for both, but probably it's 100 here that the combination between handwork and machine, Handwerk und Maschine at the time, it's about the control, the check of the details of the project. And in your case, with a larger scale project, with an incredible machine in an office too, with the use of software, but not only software, a specialization of the labor, how can you control the project from start to the finish? I mean, in the question of form and materials, sure, and in details, because there are some performer details that nowadays maybe in a machine society are quite imposed to control and to check the project. And in your case, it's exactly probably the contrary. You have to check the details from the start to the finish, but maybe you cannot control the project in a way that the bank, in your case, that maybe give an hypothèque to your client demands.
Can you formulate the question?
Yes. The control of the project in the different scale,
control, yes.
From the idea to the realization.
Yeah, and I heard you were asking also about handmade versus machine-made. You know, I'm going to admit this in public. I actually really enjoy drawing drawings on a computer. You're talking to someone who's a painter, and I love it. And what I love about it is I love the speed. I love the ability to access ideas in multiple ways. I love walking through models. I adore it. And I think it's good for everybody in a way, because it really just opens up what used to be the architect's vision to more people, even if it's your consultants. One thing I didn't mention when I was talking, and I feel really bad about it, is every single one of the projects I showed you had a very large team of people. We tend to work in projects that demand that you be multidisciplinary. For example, on the Riverwalk project, we had a history consultant, we had a biology consultant, we had a fish consultant, we had a marine traffic consultant. And I just think that in terms of computers and being able to, document and detail ideas, it lets you share them more efficiently. And that means that you get better ideas back. So I do think I still love making hand drawings, and I recognize when I'm teaching, I think that we really, because we can draw so fast with computers, we neglect to teach them how to sketch and hand draw, which is really, that's our shorthand. I mean, I can describe to you a detail, but if I sketch it out, you know it much faster. I mean, that's our language, and I think that's neglected right now. But in general, I think I'm very conscious of the balance that people have to take to make the world last for us, to make it a better place. I really do. I really have huge respect for the economies that people can invent, especially, I was looking at the housing today, and like Marina's project, yes, it was handmade, but she invented economies, where she could distribute those joiners, and it's that type of mechanization that that really makes things, that makes the world more livable. For example, I think one thing we are going to see in the future is we're going to see more construction that's done off-site, because it's easier to access, it's cheaper, the materials can be brought to one place. Now that's balanced by the need to use local materials, obviously. But I think that there's not one answer. I think that humans are continually and insatiably curious, and hopefully it's a shared value system that keeps those discoveries in a good place, I think. Like, I talk about sustainability a lot because that's been a big focus of our work. But usually I tell people, sustainability, you've got to look at it in more ways than just one thing, human beings on the planet. And we're going to destroy it. Ironically, the planet will still be here. It just won't be habitable. And we're making it not habitable for all the other animals and plants we live with. And so, the Earth will be here. But there's just, there's this balance that we have to seek. And you do it by hand and you do it by machine.
And so the question is, how can I control from the drawings to the finishing, when it's done on the construction sites?
Satisfied of your handmade approach?
Or are you looking for personal satisfaction into the work, or does the satisfaction belong in another area, which is that of servicing?
I'm not drawing anymore, and what satisfies me in this, for me, as I'm an architect, but I'm not drawing anymore. But I think that the quality of the building is from the experience of what is built and how it was built and with who and what were the story behind all this building, from the decision of which material we take, the decision of where we go to look for the materials, and who will come to help, and how we manage, and all of this, for me, this is the quality of the architecture in this kind of project, and the quality of the people that are living inside, that they know all of what was built and how it was done, and they know how, okay, there is a problem, I will find it, or even if they don't know what is the problem, but they can understand they are living with the building, into the building, and they are more aware of what's happening during the whole moment, from the moment when they build, they live inside, and there is the whole process of the life, but it starts, as I was saying, and I think, yeah, this is my perception of the architecture today.
Can I put you in front of an ethical problem?
Sorry?
I put an ethical problem to you. Clearly there is an ideological inclination in your work in favoring particular materials and particular assemblies on the construction site. But you also have as a mission, as a self-stated mission, that of providing a service to the self-builder. So suppose that someone who wants to build a house comes to you and they want to do it in dry walls, alucobonds, and synthetic plastic tiles. What do? You say no?
If it's not a material that I think makes sense to me, I would maybe tell them that they can find solutions. I would not like to, I'm trying not to work with non-sustainable materials.
Right, but if you're forced to, if someone forces you to do it, because that's what they want to do.
I want to...
Okay.
But I cannot say that all the buildings that I'm working with are full sustainable. Sometimes we have foundations in concrete. When I already have other small projects where we try to avoid concrete at all, and we build foundations with tires and gravels and not using cement anymore. Like, I already have had projects that are super alternative. And sometimes for big houses like this, we need to have foundations in concrete. So I'm doing it. I'm working with them even if I don't agree with concrete. But I know that it's a small amount of in comparison to what we need to do. So it's always, yeah, I'm trying to balance what is my extreme limit and where I can go. Okay. But if I don't feel it, I would not go.
Okay. I apologize for everyone.
No, it's good. It's interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Because otherwise I have another. Can I ask you one thing about the McDonald's? Because I've got this fascination for that. But the McDonald's until 20 years ago, I would say, had the most sophisticated building supply chain in the world. So their outlets were the most efficient construction process ever put together. Okay? Even in terms of beam, everything. The difference between those outlets and your building is that your building is a monument in a sense, so it's a one-off, and you have two one-off buildings. Have you considered how difficult it would be to actually take all the solutions that you proposed and have materialized on those buildings onto the real McCoy, which are the thousands of outlets across the world?
Yeah, I think that actually that's the next step. And not only that, McDonald's recognizes that also. That the buildings that we've done are laboratories, but they have a responsibility to build a prototype that incorporates those things in a sensible way. By the way, McDonald's, your mark of 20 years ago is sort of interesting. They had really fallen out of their building delivery.
40, I would say.
Yeah, when you look at it, delivering food product is really what their logistics is really good at. They've fallen behind on buildings in general. And
well,
the reason
McDonald's
is
used to
because
have the cadastral plan of the United States, map of the United States, in such a way that they could see which properties were on the market on every metropolitan area and go in and buy it, based also on the connection with the systems, with the grid. So they had a way of controlling essentially the supply of land and the supply of infrastructure.
yeah, but they were always much better at the supply of food and the quality of the food than they were about the buildings. We find we've done some inventories, and there really is probably a bigger variance than you'd think. I don't know if that's bad. I think that ultimately the prototype will be adapted for its location.
But we'll be waiting for one from you. Okay.
They're still a corporation. They move slowly.
Any microphone? Okay, well, I'm closer. No. I need some.
Thank
you. I have a question for Carole. I really appreciate the spatial quality. You know, it's a space in a city, public space in a city, and the scale, the scale of urban design throughout your buildings. I wonder, do you consider, because I see a lot of steel structures, which is of course in Chicago, but do you consider different type of like bio-based material for structure, timber, engineered timber, or even engineered bamboo? I don't know, more in terms of sustainability, explore further into the materiality.
I'm not sure I got your whole question. Could you try it one more time?
Yes, I saw these steel structures in this building. Yes, a few. Yes, I forgot which one, but there was a steel structure. But is it? Of course, there are a lot of steel structure buildings in the cities. But do you try to, because in terms of sustainability, do you try to explore or to intentionally to work with more timber structure?
Our process is pretty ambidextrous. We look for local materials, so we look for the traditions of the marketplace. The other thing is that's going to deliver usually the best price, which is always part of the equation. But sustainability is always layered into it. In fact, I thought that if Paulo asked me the question about ethics and owners, we tell owners before we start working for them what our beliefs are about sustainability and about design in general. And there have been commissions that either they've decided that we're not the right people for them or we haven't taken on. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that that type of understanding up front is really essential to producing a good project. One of the things I really believe is that you got the question about making mistakes. You know, what mistakes did you make? For me, the biggest mistake I always make is when I don't communicate accurately with either an owner or a community. And all the other mistakes are a result of bad communication, always. And so I think that would be my basic answer, is at the moment, all of the projects we're working on, yeah, they're community-based. They're handcrafted for their site and for their economy and for the people who will use them. So steel in Chicago, that's probably a reasonable choice. It's changing, though. Mm-hmm. And I think that, you know, that change also has to be built into your process, the realization that it's incumbent on us to change the world for the better, which is sort of where I started. That's a roundabout answer. I almost want to apologize for it. But I wish there was something I could say, well, you know, this is it. We won't do a steel building, or we will do a steel building, but it's not that easy.
It's a process, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for answering this question. Actually, the idea is, you know, for all of us to be aware of the material in our design, you know, just for the next projects. Thank you.
And we do really wild materials. You might have noticed that the McDonald's in Orlando is black. That's not a color selection. That's a sosujiban. We burn the wood to make it sustainable in the swamp. And we didn't import it from Japan either. We had an American manufacturer who could do that process. So I think one of the things that, yeah, it's so great that we can all sit in this room and learn from each other. I mean, I think one of the things about today's world is it's so brave about finding new techniques that may fit into your, even though you've never heard of it or never worked with it, it might fit into the problem that you have today. So I'm really glad to be here and listening to all of you.
One last question. Okay. So first of all, thanks of both of you for actually bringing reuse in the discussion. And actually, Carole was Barney, when you said that the most sustainable building was the one that already exists, you speak to my soul. So my question is for you. I would like to have your perspective on the LEED certification. Even you mentioned it a bit during your presentation. And are there any environmental issues that you feel are not being addressed? And in general, do you have, do the certification criterion really correspond to the climate emergency?
Oh, I can answer the one about environment. I think that we've fallen into the trap of counting rather than really assessing the success of a building. That's why I kind of dissed LEED. But on the other hand, I think, you know, things that aren't measured don't change. And I think it creeps into the things that we teach today too, because it is this almost this methodical rote without understanding the system behind what's happening. I mean, why are we saving? Well, why do we have an energy problem? It's actually not an energy problem. We get enough energy from the sun every day to sustain everybody on the planet. It's two problems. Well, actually, no, it's one problem. It's a storage problem. Well, how do you store it? You store it in some sort of carbon-based material. Oh, well, that sounds great. What's the problem with that? Well, when you burn the carbon, you release gases that erode the environment. That makes it, I mean, it's not understanding the whole problem and going at it at sort of a piecemeal, check the box, fill in the blank, LEED certified way that really drives me crazy. That's one of my personal peeves. But I think that the real value of architects and architectural education is that we're taught to be problem solvers. We're taught to find the pieces and put it together in a forward-looking way. And so, yeah, those are my pet peeves.
The problems to be solved now is how to get to some food as quickly as possible so that Marina Tabassum will not pass out. So I guess, do you have a question? A drive-through McDonald's. Unfortunately, McDonald's here will be closed. This is Switzerland. I'm not sure that we have.
You know, I didn't say it was good food, but they are the cheapest calories on the. Hey, you get more calories per dollar at McDonald's than any other place you could possibly eat.
Okay, well, I think we are going to get our calories somewhere else tonight, and in order to do that, we should put an end to this very pleasant conversation by thanking Carole Barney and Laurane Coornaert, and thank you very much. And we'll see you all tomorrow, and there is daylight saving, I think, that will start tonight. I think. So that means 1 hour late. What? The daylight? Oh, yeah, no, it's unfortunately. Okay, well, look, we'll, you mean we'll start at 10? We'll start at 10. We can start at 10. Is there a sort of communal agreement on this? Okay, well then we'll start at 10. Thank you very much.